And good morning, everybody. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. This is Coach Renz. Welcome to the show today on this glorious Thursday. As I am getting TikTok up and running. Let's get her going. Let's get her done. Look forward to our conversation today. As always, we will be discussing. I changed subject matters at the last second, so that's one of the reasons why it took me a minute to get started today. And TikTok don't want to act right, per usual. I hope everybody's having a great week as we get ready for our meetup here next Saturday. Next Saturday here in San Antonio. We are all meeting up. We are meeting here in San Antonio. Free thinkers meeting together. Get into some chicanery. Do some bullshitting. Get caught up in some bullshit. That's what we're doing. Now we're gonna have a great time here in San Antonio, October 31st through November 2nd. I look forward to meeting you guys, everybody who's gonna show up. We'll meet everyone. So I look forward to it. We're gonna have a great time. That's October 31st through November 2nd here in San Antonio. It's gonna be a great time. Great time. It's gonna have a great time. Look forward to meeting you guys. We've discussed some of the localities. We're going to be meeting at the Japanese Tea Garden. Is one of the places that we're going to be meeting up at. We're also going to be meeting poolside at the Drury Hotel. So if you are local, so all my local people who still haven't, y'all ain't contacting yet, only a few. If you're local, then you need to let me know. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up into the hotel. And I hate for you to miss things, but you're gonna miss things unless you're there. Unless you meet us there, you're gonna miss them. So, have some technical difficulties around this bus. All right. So at first, I was going to talk about the flood story again. We was going to talk about the flood because I do realize that some people haven't heard. We haven't talked about that in a while. You forget information, and I was going to add a little bit to the flood story, but this was just bothering me. The fact that oppressors are selling people suffering. They're selling suffering to the people. Recently, we've seen this on full display because we had right now two of the most viral videos in this genre is the Bishop Winans and the way he treated that woman. And I'm gonna post another video later on the day where she's pretty much apologizing and making excuses for his ass, right? So we have that whole situation. So the deal is, if you haven't seen the video, the guy Bishop Winans, some time ago, he decided that what he wanted the church to do was to go out is to give $1,000 each person, but you are to also go out and find another person, co-worker, whomever, but not another member of the church, but find someone else who would give $1,000 to his ministry as well. Some bullshit, but that's what he wanted to do. And I thought I downloaded the picture for the wine. That's the wine for TikTok. I don't see it. So anyway, so he goes out. So the people, he finally have the giving day. It's a giving day, and he's telling these people that when you do this and when you give, that God is going to bless you, in an over abundantly and all this stuff. God is just going to weigh it all down on you, give it all to you, bring it forward. It's going all of a sudden you're going to have blessings upon blessings. And I watched the whole little speech that he gave about that. It was cringe worthy, And then, so the day of giving comes, and he gives instructions. Now, he straight up lies on an interview, or the media interview, and saying that where he had a line for people who was given, and a thousand plus another thousand, and a line for people who was given 1,000 plus whatever else they could come up with if it's less than 1,000. And but that's not what he said. He got up there and he said, hey, when you come up here, you just need to state, I'm here for 1,000 and I got the other. And if you can't say I got the 1,000 and then there's an additional 200. So he goes, so this lady comes up with her son. She's all proud and she's so happy and excited. And I guarantee she got some bills, but she's so excited, so proud. Bishop, my name is whatever, whatever, and I'm, giving my 1,000 plus $235. And then he goes on to berate her, tells her that y'all not listening, chastise the church, y'all not listening. That's not what I said. I gave y'all instructions. Y'all ain't following the instructions. Right? Now, maybe he thought he gave the instructions of forming two lines. Maybe he thought he gave the instructions of when to come up. Because I've dealt with people before who thought they said something a certain way, but they actually did not say that. So, and I cannot find not one recording where he specifies that you get in two lines and now this is the line for these particular people to come up. He literally told them, say it if you got 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus less than 1,000. And this woman comes up there, and when he starts to tell her that ain't what I told you, that ain't what I said, that's not the instruction, right? Chastising the shit out of this grown ass woman with the little boy, basically teaching the little boy that's how you talk to a woman when she's disobedient, when she don't do what you say, even when she is doing exactly what you say. So what struck me, the lady smiled and walked away, and so on and so forth. And oftentimes when people are embarrassed, they just smile and walk away. I mean, personally, I snatched my damn check out that man's hand and kicked his ass in the ankle. Ain't no way you're going to take my money and then talk shit to me like that. That's not going to happen. But the saddest part is that she then makes excuses for him in an interview. So in the local area, they did an interview, and that'll be on the video that I'll produce later after this one, after we finish the live today. So you can be able to see that one. But, and let me know if you've seen that. Put a 1 in the comment if you've seen the video where she's saying that he didn't chastise her. He's making up the excuse. We didn't want the old people standing too long by having one big long line, and that he gave the proper instructions. But if you've seen that interview, put a 1 in the comment. Put a 1 in the comment if you've seen that video of them being interviewed. Okay, so Edward saw it. And that interview that's the biggest part of that got all over me, is the fact that you are now, this is how brainwashed people become in this religion. This lady is so brainwashed that she was already social media viral. Now she is so brainwashed. She has been so suffering so much that not only did she take the abuse of that man in public in the front of all those people in that church, and I'm pretty sure his church is pretty decent size. But you've taken the abuse in front of all the people you know, and then you don't get on TV for your local news and further make excuses. Now, I don't know this woman. I don't know if she has a son. I mean, if she has a husband. I don't know if she's a single mother. That might be her grandkid because she looked like that could be her kid or her grandkid that was up there with her. I think she said that was her son. And don't take this the wrong way, please. I'm a dude. I'm a man. All right, so don't take this the wrong way. But the facial attributes of this young lady, she's not walking around and a bunch of men are trying to get at her. You know what I'm saying? She looked like the ones that when you see her, you know, that's somebody who always at church 24. Her whole life is go to work, go to church. That's her. She's you know, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. She ain't, I don't think she got a husband. But I'm just saying. She ain't, in my opinion, she's a beautiful woman. But in my opinion, she ain't physically attractive. She don't, she's limited. And oftentimes I've met women like that in the church, and they ain't had a man in 50, 11 years. If they're a parent, they just all consumed with that one kid and church. And so the pastor becomes their outlet for a man. The pastor becomes the man shoulder they lean on. And her personality, the way she moves, the way she talks, her behavior, if you read her body language, she has the body language where she might cuss out some folks at work, but she's gonna be beholden to whatever the pastor says. The pastor is her man. She's been sold that suffering, even though she may at other times have this outward personality of strong woman, but she been sold suffering so much that even when she give $1,000 plus some more money, and think about it, went to beg somebody else who don't go to your church to give you some money for your church. He not convinced you to go do that. And then, have you seen the? Yeah, I saw the video. If you're talking to me, oh, you might, Debbie, you might not. But you know what I'm saying? This woman has like a case. She looked like, and I don't know if she does, but just based on everything that happened, she looks like she got some Stockholm syndrome. Based on what you see, it looks like it's some form of Stockholm syndrome that this man can berate you. And he wasn't saying it nicely. He wasn't saying, now, Sister Jones. Now if he'd have been like, now, Sister Jones, you in the wrong line. You're supposed to come up here and when you're in this line. Now, he didn't say nothing. He didn't say it like that, nor is that what he said. He, even in the way what he has said, even if I repeat what he said, he could have said, now, Sister Jones, now the way that we were supposed to give, we were supposed to give 1,000 of our own, and then we're supposed to go out and get another 1,000 and bring that to the altar on this given day. That ain't how he said it. He didn't say it calm. It wasn't peaceful. It wasn't loving at all. It was straight up. Now y'all don't listen. Y'all don't listen to instructions. Now I gave the instructions of bringing 1,000 plus another 1,000. Y'all don't listen y'all don't listen to instructions. He was straight rude, straight up rude to that woman because he know he can. He knows that he can talk to that woman that way, and she is going to accept it And the proof was in the pudding when she then came on the news, local news, and tried to defend that man, defended his bullshittery. Matter of fact, hold on. I wonder if I can do this. This right here. Let me see if this is possible. I don't think it's possible. But the fact that she accepted this bullshit and she went on. I know the video was on my phone. I thought that maybe I can play it on TikTok while I'm live. They need to be able to let you do that, where you can play a video on TikTok while it's live. But anyway, I can't. I don't see where I can do it real quick. But yeah. That's the saddest part. Is that the church, you see, that's one of the things that the church has sold to people, especially people in the Black community. Monte Cristos are pretty good. Depends on that. Monte Cristo number 4, it's a nice one. Number 2, and you can't get a number 3, but those pretty good. But they sold that to Black people. That, let me see. I'm gonna answer some questions here. I wonder, did she only intend to give 1,200, which is why she is the 1,000. Now she's pressured to give more money. Well, I don't know. So the deal was bring your 1,000 and then go out and get another 1,000 from some other people. So she was claiming to give $1,235. Now she could have been playing some okie doke. But see, here's the thing: there was no line. When he was talking about, when you look at the service itself, he purely said, you come up here, you say you're giving 1,000 plus the other 1,000, or you're giving 1,000 plus the other money that's less than 1,000 that somebody gives. He ain't never said. I could not find one video where he said there are 2 lines. It wasn't nothing about no lines until different lines and coming up at different times until he was on the news. Because the thing is this is the Stockholm syndrome. This is the suffering. The fact that you're willing to be berated. The Bible will tell you that you should be willing to take chastisement. And I'm not saying people can't take critical. You can't be criticized, or you can't take, somebody can't come and give you helpful criticism. That's invaluable. You need to have people in your life, around your life, who can let you know when you're doing when you messed up, or things you're not doing as well as you can. But there's a difference between that and berating somebody. There's a difference between that and then embarrassing them. And that's all this man did, was embarrassing. Now, the other thing that I want that's up for discussion, not only that part, but the other thing that's up for discussion is this fool on ChatGPT. Now, I don't know, there's a whole rash of people who have asked the question to ChatGPT. If you came back as any race, what race would you come back as that epitomizes the love of God and the beauty of God, the love of God, the sacrifice of God? So, emphasize God and his love. And, you got Black people, white people all asking this question. And for the most, and I haven't seen one that didn't say he wouldn't come back as the ChatGPT coming back saying he was Black, that it will be Black. Because Black people, through all our struggles, through all our persecution and slavery, through all the things that Black people have been through, we epitomize Jesus coming back as a brown man in the Middle East, as a poor man in the Middle East. We epitomize Jesus coming back and being beaten. We epitomize Jesus forgiving his Roman oppressors. We epitomize Jesus forgiving his Jewish oppressors. We epitomize suffering for other people. We epitomize suffering. I was like, this is some motherfucking bullshit, some white supremacist bullshit. The fact that Chat GPT, and then Chat GPT kept talking about something, and we. There ain't no we in Chat GPT. Ain't no we. How Chat GPT is a we now? Mm-mm. No. The reason why this particular black man was chosen for the picture that was shown up here and for the video that I utilized, one, because Isaac sent it to me, but two, I used this one because on his he almost cried. He was about to cry on the first video, and then when he did a response video, which I couldn't find the response one that Isaac actually sent me, that Joker did cry. He cried because ChatGPT said that if it was God, it would come back down as a black man because we epitomize suffering. Yeah, they had a little strength stuff in there. Oh, you built the pyramids. Oh, you built civilization. Well, guess what? We built those civilizations before we ever knew about Jesus or Yahweh. We built those civilizations before we even heard about Abraham and Jesus. Egypt, the pyramids had nothing to do with this God and the belief in this God. Actually, they was believing in a wholly different gods when those things were being built. When Timbuktu was thriving, they didn't believe in Jesus. When the Benin Empire was built, they ain't no believing in, ain't nobody that believed in Jesus. The Zulu Empire never believed in Jesus until slaves, until colonization came in. And then, oh, and right before I started this live, let me go ahead and say so, just in case they listen. Right before I started this live, some young, I think it's a woman, but some young black lady came and made a comment on the video I made of that on YouTube, talking about how we got strength and we went through so many things, and I don't think that black people are strong and all this kind of stuff, and that I'm the type that'll go running back to master telling everybody that they running away. She got to be young because it right all over the head. This is the problem with some of these people. It goes right over the head. The whole video was about the fact that ChatGPT is convincing you that your suffering is akin to godliness. Not that we can't withstand the suffering, not that we didn't make it through the suffering. The fact that our ancestors did what they did, I lift them up all the time, and y'all know that. But you letting ChatGPT further induce your oppression, your suffering, by telling you that the God you believe in would come down like you to suffer, but only the suffering part. What about that good shit back in the Old Testament? What about that good shit when they came in and they was conquering other nations? What about that good shit when Joshua and them came and conquered Jericho, conquered Ai, when they went in and they took the Levant, they took all that promised land? What about when David was killing people and taking land and beating Philistines? Went out and got him an extra 1,000 dick skins for Saul. What about all that conquering stuff? What about when Abraham was out there whooping them people of Sodom when he whooped their ass? What can we get some of that? Can black people get some of that kind of connection with this God instead of, oh, you suffer through slavery, you suffer through Jim Crow, you suffer through colonization, and you're still here. You suffered through all these things, and you're still walking tall and walking strong. Fuck all that. Great. I applaud our ancestors. But if you're going to attach me to this Bible, give me some of that good ass conquering shit too. Don't let ChatGPT come up here and just tell me that the only reason you coming back is black so you can suffer because of our example of suffering. That's some bullshit. That's the oppressor utilizing this religion to sell you more suffering. It ain't nothing more than that. Like I wanted, I was gonna talk about the flood today, but I was still mad about the fact that I saw that video with this brother and the Winans dude. I was like, this is some ultimate bullshit. This is the difference. I respect Dr. King for what he did, but this is the difference between the SCLCU and the Black Panthers, between the SCLCU and the Nation of Islam. I don't agree with none of the religious aspects of the other two, but if you slap me, I'm gonna beat the shit out you. If you stab me, I'm gonna shoot you. I ain't walking and you sicking dogs on me. It ain't happening. It is not gonna happen. So the fact that people go to these churches and they don't realize that they are saying your suffering is next to godliness. One, it demonstrates they haven't read that book. They haven't read that book at all. Not one of the patriarchs within the Bible remained in any state of suffering. They might have went through some things here and there, but not one of them remained in a state of suffering. They all elevated to some level of independence or rulership. They don't stay in suffering. Even when they're in the Babylonian captivity and the Assyrian captivity, the primary people there, and people don't understand this, even when you're in captivity, well, maybe you can understand, but we all understand the field Negro and the house Negro, right? We understand that. Field slave and the house slave. So let me just put it that way. We understand that, right? Even every person in the Bible that during the Assyrian and Babylonian captivity that they push up, they're all house servants. Daniel is a house servant. Ezekiel, house servant. Isaiah, house servant. Jeremiah, house servant. They're all house servants. They all are the elites that came from Jerusalem or whatever city that they came out of, and then were present in the royal courts. These ain't even house servants like Joshua, who was in Potiphar's house, and Potiphar is the important person. But Joshua eventually gets to go up and be, second in command with the Pharaoh. But Daniel and all these dudes, they up there, they chilling with Nebuchadnezzar, and all them. These are royal house servants. These jokers are not suffering. Everybody in this Bible of note, none of them are suffering, but ChatGPT said, "Oh, I come back as a black man because y'all have exemplified God's love through your ability to suffer and forgive." You see that the supremacy in that? What the fuck we forgiving for? Why we need to forgive? Why you need to forgive? I'm not forgiving nobody for. You think I'm supposed to forgive America for what it did to my ancestors? Hell no. And I'm not going to forget. And isn't it interesting how the Jews can say never forget, but they always want us to forget. They want to rewrite history, get rid of, the scar of America, which is slavery, the scar of America, which is genociding of the indigenous people. They want to get rid of that. They were saying, protect my history. We need to protect our history. We the great Southern, protect our history. But critical race theory, we don't know. No. We just want to protect our history. We don't want you telling people about it. We want the statues to look like great men of renown, as the Bible would call them. Great men of renown. But race theory, you tell the truth about what they were doing? No, no. We don't want none of that. Mm-mm. And I'm gonna tell you, it's just like the brother I had on yesterday. He's still caught up with this Bible, so much so that he would be willing to exterminate some of his own people because of this Bible, and he thinks that he's in the right pathway, that he's doing a service to his people. It's just amazing. So I've ranted. I've ranted. Let me put the link out on Facebook and YouTube. But I think it's just disturbing the fact that these people think this way. That we are sitting up here in a system, believing in a religion that's using Chat GPT to tell us that it was gonna be black man. Mello.
Good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I just want to come up for a few minutes, man, because I'm trying to explain something to you about ChatGPT. You know, it just pulls from random sources, right? And unless you give it like specific commands to pull primary data and use actual scholarly sources, it's going to pull from anything on the internet. And the subject matter is probably going to pull from things that associate Black Israelite narratives.
Yeah.
That's why he got stuck where he got.
Yeah, on the video that I made about this dude yesterday, I did express how Chat GPT will. So the more you load stuff on the internet about a subject matter, it's going to pull mostly from that, unless you are very specific, like you said, very specific with your questions. And that's why I'm always saying you got to be very, even when you do a Google search, you got to be very specific with your questions. So I'm with you. You're right. It's just pulling from a whole bunch of stuff. But there's a video that Dan McClellan did, and I don't have the resources to be able to do that. I think I don't know. I don't have another phone. I have to wait till my wife gets home. But Dan McClellan did a video, and in the video, he demonstrated how ChatGPT admitted that it has been programmed to be favorable towards Christianity. So I wonder what other favorable aspects it has. But go ahead.
No, 100%. It's has so many biases in a lot of these language models that's been exposed time and time again. Like Chess, not the only. Like Grok used to have a major problem at one point. He couldn't stop saying racist stuff to people, and so these, look who the programmers are. You know what I mean? So expect those kind of results, if you will.
Yeah, and the way that dude asked the question, he had asked the question that in such a way that it would have more focus on the perspective of God from the New Testament instead of the perspective of God from the Old Testament.
Right. So there again, he's prompting it to give an answer more desirable.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
yeah. Yes.
My other thing, Coach, is did you more than this ChatGPT thing? It's this Christian pastors trying to convince people that slavery was the right thing and how it's good, like in 2025, and he's trying to convince other Christians that you must agree with it because it's in the Bible.
So, is it okay? Wait a minute. Is that the pastor from a few years ago who was saying that black people need to be thankful or some shit like that, or is this just a different thing saying that?
It's a new guy. I know the other guy. I think you've been talking about. He was like a blonde hairish guy. Like I think I know you're talking about before. This is a different person.
And he's saying that Christians should accept slavery because it's in the Bible.
Yeah, he's basically trying to convince people that, nothing was bad about slavery. No, I'm not talking about Jordan Peterson. Definitely not talking. I don't even know if he would try to make that argument.
I mean, from the Christian perspective, he's right.
Oh yeah, of course.
Christians, they should, and that's the moral dilemma that Christians have, is that for them and their morality, they believe that slavery is wrong, but their Bible and their God is saying that slavery is okay, and they can't balance that out. He's just the if they're gonna follow the Bible, they need to agree with that pastor. Now, can they get away with it today? Hell no.
That's my whole point, man. It's just like, yo, how are black people, how are we still attached to this thing? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, they literally, if they get the opportunity to put us back in bondage, they will, without hesitation. Like, they're preparing their populace for this kind of rhetoric right now, saying, hey, it's cool, it's in the Bible. It's all good.
Yeah. And it'll be a fight. And I don't think it can happen. We had a conversation yesterday about, like, if the president decided he wanted to get rid of all the black people and send them back to Africa, what would happen? This one dude, he was like, they would fight. God is on our side. That they wouldn't be able to do that. There was one element out of the military programs that we ran back in the 90s about if a race war ever happened, and that is the fact that the military actually wouldn't do that. The military wouldn't side on one side or the other. So, and to put that in context of what we're talking about right here, if America tried to enslave people, try to invoke slavery again, you would have an overthrow of the government by the military. So that shit ain't gonna happen. They ain't gonna be able to get away with it.
Well, that's how they're setting it up. They're getting rid of everybody who would step in the way of that, right? They already have talks with 40 different African countries of where to deport people. I don't believe they want us all gone, but I believe they want a large amount of us gone.
I'd be happy to go.
Yeah, sign me up.
You ain't even got to make a law. Stamp my passport, let me go.
The civil rights voting stuff is up for debate. We don't have a civil rights department right now, period. Like, we don't have civil rights in this country. We don't have a stable government. I mean, anything can happen at this point. We're looking at a clown show right now. Like, this is.
It is. It is. I've been mixed about, like, I had the mindset of, why do we even need to re-sign the civil rights? Remember they had to re-sign it, I don't know, so long, 20 years ago? I was back then thinking, like, why do they need to re-sign it? We all got civil rights. We just go with the Constitution. But then I thought about it. Yeah, that's all nice on paper, in a theory. But in reality, we need that paper in order to make sure these fools don't try to do some other bullshit.
Yeah, but they could have codified a large amount of these things. They could have codified the John Lewis Voting Rights Act for Africa. They could have codified Roe v. Wade. But Democrats always wanted something to campaign on. So here we are.
Yep. They all look. It's two heads of the same damn snake.
I agree.
Two heads of the same snake.
That pastor thing creeped me out, and I'm gonna hop down, Coach. I want to see what else you got. I usually hop down there.
All right.
Hop up on the end, but that pastor thing, man, is just like.
If that comes up on your TikTok again, send it to me.
All right, well,
if you don't mind.
For sure.
All right. Appreciate it.
Later, man.
Later. Yeah, I see some of y'all writing a lot of comments over here on the Facebook and YouTube. But y'all be arguing with other people sometimes too. So I don't even know if y'all talking to me on Facebook or YouTube sometimes. But any pastor, I mean, every pastor should be teaching that slavery is perfectly fine in your Bible, as long as they're not of the same tribe you are. Because that's what the Bible says. So y'all should be accepting of it. I know that chat GPT thing up, but this is our main subject. What's your name?
No, boss.
How you doing? What's your name?
Mars.
Mars. All right. You're on Mars?
Yeah.
You're not sure how old you are?
I was just listening to the last. No, you did. Hold on for a second.
Y'all go. No. Mars gonna put me on hold.
Well, I had to fix the Wi-Fi because you didn't hear me.
It's all right.
And it's still didn't fix.
No, you sound fine to me.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, because when you asked me was over 20, I said, yeah, and you're like, you don't know how old you are?
Oh no, because you like paused and you like, yeah. Like you had to think about it.
Well,
You know?
I just talked to you several times.
Oh, okay.
I get it.
Man,
but I was chiming in on the last conversation, some of the things that was being said.
Okay, like
I really don't have a rebuttal or anything. I don't even have a question. I was just like when the cat was saying that they was setting up, I guess, treaties or whatever he said they were setting up. I don't know the wording he used, but some type of thing with Africa. I was just wondering where that information was coming from.
he's probably still on. He's still on in the chat. So if you could say where that information is coming from, that'd be great.
And then when you were saying that when you were saying that you was in the military, because I came in at that time.
Yeah, I was in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, and you were saying they was like something about a potential race war or something to that or not.
Yeah, so the unit that I was in from 93 to 97, we were part of running race war scenarios, like race wars in America scenarios. So it was what would we do, how would we respond, how would we react based on different orders given by the president. So there was, and then what would be then we ran modules to see what would the results be. Based on political activities and thought processes of people in the military, based on their position in the military as well, because that matters a lot. Who was in command of what units, who was in command of what bases, the thought process of loyalty towards the president, loyalty to the generals, loyalty to your platoon sergeant. So all these things were factored in to determine what the outcomes would be.
That is strangely specific.
Well,
because there's so many different lines. I mean, you can divide on liberal and conservative, right? Yeah. But to divide it like that, to run an operation, to run a practice operation, I don't know what you want to call it. Excuse my language if it don't fit military terms.
Just run a model.
Yeah. Because I know sometimes, well, you're not like that, but you're very semantic. They'll correct you, and then you're talking about the term for an hour. But,
right.
But to me, that is oddly specific scenario to really look at, right? Because even in that scenario, in my opinion, I say that very loudly and with my chest, my opinion, meaning I have nothing to base that on. I would say that would be specifically geared towards BLK people, right? Not leaning.
No, it definitely was specifically towards Black people.
Okay, yeah, because it can't be because the history, there was never an issue of anything else.
Oh, let me tell you. Let me interrupt you real quick to satisfy the issue. Because of Louis Farrakhan and what he was doing in the early mid-90s, and then with him doing the Million Man March, that was the reason why we started doing it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, and so it was we all knew why we were doing it, and that was that also played a major part in it. And this was the first time, to my knowledge, this was the first time. Well, at least they was telling us this was the first time we was doing the military was ever doing a model of what would happen if a race war started in America.
The first time they felt threatened.
Yeah. Louis Farrakhan scared the shit out of America, whether people realize it or not. Whether you support him or not, he scared the shit out of America because, unbeknownst to a lot of people, a lot of black military men went to the Million Man March.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
we were all on leave during that week.
Well, yeah, because it's very it's not even feasible.
What?
I mean, not from to incite one, because you got a lot of BLK military men.
You can say black on my channel, man. I say black, I say white, I say murder, I say all the words. I don't give a damn.
You got a lot of black military men, and it's like where's the alliance gonna lie in this thing? And I mean, it's very interesting in America how alliances are formed, because you got religion, you got politics, you got race, and then you have gender and preference. All of these things are lines of division.
Mm-hmm.
Where people, and it's in the wildest shit that I've seen, just for the conversation, was COVID. It was a wild case. Just from the outside, well, I guess I was inside, but from the outside looking in, to see conservatives and liberals band together on this particular issue, and it was like a new line of divide. It was like the vaxxers versus the non-vaxxers. So they didn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Division is a natural process of people. We gonna figure out a way to divide ourselves. We always figure out a way to separate ourselves.
Well, I think there's organic ways, and then there's engineered ways of doing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you say people will figure it out, yes, it will happen. However, if you have the ability to be above said situation, you can socially engineer divides.
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah, and I think that's what's happening. That's why one of the things that I look at a lot, or I look at not a lot, but when people talk about racism in America, I always bring them back around to you have to know that racism supports capitalism and not the other way around. Because so
now I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you talk about privilege and stuff like that, imagine you having 2 kids in the house. Mm-hmm. One you feed 4 days a week, the other one you feed 2. Right? So the one that's getting 4, he doesn't want the other one to get 2, because that's going to pull him down to 3 from his perspective. The one that's getting 2 is looking at the one that's getting 4 as being privileged. Meanwhile, neither one of them are realizing that they're not eating 7 days a week and being neglected.
Gotcha.
And then,
I'm with you.
Yeah, and they're looking at each other as the problem. So I think that the whole construct of the white tea people being put on the top is a buffer. Because it's almost like getting it's almost like if you worked at a job and they gave you a ranking authority and no more pay for it.
Well, yeah, that happens.
Yeah, but they allow you to tell other people, so now you feel validated at that. Because when you think about it, realistically, most white people did not own slaves, period. This is the elite, the ones that have money, so on and so forth. So, but for some strange odd reason.
it wasn't just the elites. There were, okay, so that thought process mainly comes from nearing the beginning of the Civil War. That's when you saw most white people didn't own slaves. But prior to that, in the 1600s and 1700s, no, about half them motherfuckers owned slaves. So them,
I would have to look at that because it don't, and I'm against it altogether,
yeah,
right?
mhm,
So
yeah,
when I give a rebuttal, it's not because I want it to be the other way, like some people saying it was only a few people and so on and so forth. But what I'm saying is, it would be like, who owns a business, right? How many,
mhm,
like, what percent of the population own a business? What percent of the population own, because it costs money to have that, and then it had to support. You got to feed them. So there's another mouth to feed. So how do you do that without having said plantation or said crops?
right. But think about it like this in the way that you just framed it. Okay, when you look at all the businesses in America, the overwhelming majority of them are small businesses,
Correct.
mom and pop businesses.
Correct.
But we focus on the Fortune 500 or the Fortune 1000 businesses. So when you look at slavery, it's like the family who owned a convenience general store, they owned slaves. The ones who had a sewing shop, they had slaves, or maybe had one slave or two slaves.
Yeah,
But we focus on the big plantations.
No, I'm not just focusing on that. But what I'm saying is, basically, the way that capitalism is, we need a poor class. It requires it. It has to be. There has to be a pyramid, or there's no capitalism.
Yeah, I mean, you're still, yeah, you're gonna have. I mean, you can't help that. There's no society. There's very few society that don't have a poor. You're gonna have poor. Even in capitalism, I mean, in communism and socialism, there's poor. There's poverty.
Yeah, no, that's not my point. My point is, in order for it to be, what I'm saying is, how do you get those people that do not benefit from it in that direct way to support it? I convince you that they're better than people and validate what you are based on that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you got the psychological of let me separate you by race and make you think you're better than these other people. Also, let me trick you into thinking that one day you could achieve it.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. So this is the way that I'm saying that by giving no more to them.
Yeah.
And then confusing basic human rights with a privilege.
Well, do you really have rights?
Huh?
Are there any actually rights?
Well, I mean, we can argue that, but what I'm saying is everybody is born free. You can restrict freedom.
Yeah. I mean, but a right is no one can take it away from you, right? I mean, how do you view a right?
No, that's not true. I mean, yeah, if you're defining it under that term, then you don't even have a right to live.
Right. Because because morality is subjective, so rights are then subjective as well.
What I'm saying to you is, if you're defining it that way, then it's a mute point. You can take the word off the table altogether because it means nothing.
Right. So that's why I was asking you how you're defining it.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, there are certain things that would be considered a right, because if there's no rights, then there are no privileges.
Mm-hmm.
Or then it's all a privilege.
Right. So
then you have to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what is a right? What are, like, I'm not trying to argue, I'm trying to understand. by your thought process, what is a right that you're born with? What is a human right?
Freedom.
Freedom to do what? Like freedom to live, freedom to live where you want to live.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying in the basic, like to be free of captivity.
Okay, like freedom. Okay, from slavery type.
Yeah.
Well, see, again, freedom.
I got you.
Shit. My level of freedom is that there's no borders. I can go where I want to go.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying free of captivity.
Gotcha.
That is not a privilege.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a privilege at all. Like, because you ain't gave me shit. You ain't gave me a damn thing. So how am I privileged? You allowed me to be free. Are you kidding me?
But they did.
No. No.
They took that right.
If I come and put you in handcuffs,
Uh-huh.
and the guy across the street don't have on the handcuffs, is he privileged because I didn't put them on him? Or did I restrict you?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because if you're looking at it that way, you're operating from a deficit, and now you're feeling grateful for somebody not putting handcuffs on you, as if they should.
Or if you're like me, you're feeling angry that you don't. No, you're feeling angry that somebody think they got the right to take it away from you. Like that they have the ability to take it away from you. You know what I'm saying? Like I won't ever feel like I got a privilege of freedom. Because I'm angry that I don't have the freedom to just leave this country whenever I want to, or to go to any country whenever I want to. Like that's the level of freedom I desire. To be able to freedom truly for me is that you could pick up your shit and go to some country. You ain't gotta have a passport. You ain't gotta have somebody let you in, the paperwork and all that shit. Back in the day when people just moved and migrated wherever the hell they wanted to go. Of course, I like my indoor plumbing, but you understand what I'm saying?
But that's my point. That's my point. My point is, it's the illusion.
Mm-hmm.
It's the illusion of privilege.
Right.
I take something that's like selling fucking water rights. Or I have to be like, oh, you don't have the right to grab the water that's running right there because I said so. Like, what is this invisible thing that I'm abiding by? And what moral or what ethical thing am I not doing right because you say so? And this is when you get into the whole idea of subjective, quote unquote, morality.
Yeah, right? let's bring this around to the religion thing. So we not got we way over here. But go ahead. Subjective morality, because I sound like you was heading in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the foundation for the whole concept of subjective morality.
Mm-hmm.
It's argued from the perspective of those who had no morality most of the time. And then restricting others and then saying, well, it's all subjective, so I'm not wrong for doing this shit to you. No one on the opposite side argues subjective morality.
On what side? The religious side?
So if I'm stealing something from you, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to, there's no argument of whether or not it's wrong and I took that which is yours, right? There's no argument there.
Except from the thief.
Correct. That's the only person that's what I'm saying. The person on that side of the fence is the only person that argues subjective morality.
Which makes it subjective.
Well,
see, objective morality has to be, this is the right thing to do or be without anyone having to think about it. So that it is what it is.
I don't know about that because can you drown above water?
Can you drown above water?
Correct. Because you're talking about your position. Your position is going to change your perspective, but if your perspective is the same, if you're in the same place in the scenario, then it becomes objective from that perspective because it's situational. So when you make it absolutely analogous, you're saying, well, so what I'm saying to you is anybody getting something taken from them. I mean, shit, I don't know of a society where items get taken from people and they say that that was the right thing to do. So if we're saying if, I don't know, 99.99% of humanity would see this particular situation the same way, then it's subjective because of the 0.1%, then okay, I get it. But if we're saying that it's objective because anybody getting something taken from them without their permission would have the same exact take on it, then we could set some groundwork.
I'm with you, but think about it like this. We can, the micro and the macro still denotes the same thing. So although you and I and probably everybody on here will agree that no one should be able to come into your house and take things out of your house or take your house, right? But then the same principle is in effect when Israel is taking this land from the Palestinians. And then we'll get a big split. Now the split changes. We go from 99% of the people in agreement to like 50% of the people in agreement.
But that's why I'm saying it doesn't require agreement. That's my point.
But that's what makes it subjective, is that
people that disagree with objective reality all day long. And they tell you that the objective reality is subjective because they don't agree with it, because they say that they feel differently. It doesn't change the objective reality. So like the guy, like today with the gender politics, they say that gender is subjective. Because they don't agree.
Well, gender is subjective. This is my understanding of it, and I could be wrong. They say gender is subjective because gender, they redefine gender, but sex is not objective. I mean, not subjective, because they have separated gender and sex.
And then you get the whole thing of this is not the first time. I mean, this is just like interpolating. It's changing the names of things to fit the story that you would like to have.
Yeah.
So you're taking an objective reality, and then you this is what I'm saying, and you're putting it into your framework to present a story to confuse the listener. It's 2025, and people can't figure out the difference between a girl and a boy now. As a result, and all I'm saying to you is, it's the same shit. When people say morality is subjective, it's because the person who is stealing some way wants to be absolved of responsibility.
No, it's still going to be subjective, because the reality is even reality itself is subjective. There is no objective reality.
Well,
because
what I'm asking you is, can you drown above water?
It depends on what you're talking about. Because if I put that towel over your face,
we're not gonna play that game. You know exactly what I mean by that. So
I know.
let's not do that.
I was about to go into some semantics. I waterboard your ass, you'll drown.
Yeah. And you drown above water.
I mean, no, you cannot drown above water, because you have to be underwater to drown. But I don't think that is the same as when we talk about morality
what I'm saying
and reality.
Where the position and where you're sitting changes things.
Mm-hmm.
The side of the story you're on, it changes.
Which is why objective reality and morality does not exist, because your morality and your reality are based on your perception of those things, your mindset.
Yeah, I mean, but again,
Calvin said you can drown above water.
I get where you're coming from.
Uh-huh.
but there are things that are, I don't know. Was there a council? Was there a meeting? Was there consensus? How did this construct of animals getting things taken from them, we'll just stick to humans, right? When did this construct of someone taking something from another person, right? And you're being something taken from you. What is it intrinsic about that humans dislike?
Well, humans only dislike it because they dislike it when it happens to them, or if there's a possibility of it happening to them. But humans have been taking shit from humans from day one. Whether it is this tribe is going to invade this other tribe to take they buffalo, or kind of like how you see the lions out there and the hyena got the damn deer or whatever they're the antelope, and then the lions come and take it from them because they're stronger and they're just taking the resources, right? That's part of nature.
So my question to you would be, is there any truth in judgment? Can you honestly judge any situation based on that paradigm?
Based on that, yes, because you judge it based on your society that is the stronger society at the time frame.
And from that construct, we would still be slaves, and slavery would have been moral.
According to the people who believed in slavery, yes, slavery was moral. For them, it was a moral thing.
Is it moral?
To me, it's not moral.
So I'm saying, is it right?
To me, it's not right. But to others, it is right. It is moral, which is why it is still subjective.
So you're telling me if you taking care of your children, right? That's the right thing to do. And you enter a room of 100 people and they tell you it's wrong. Does it now make it wrong?
Hell no, it's still wrong to me. I mean, it's still right to me.
Yeah, but is that the metric of how you see right and wrong? Like, do you see anything?
It's not the metric how I see right and wrong, but if there's 100 people and they say that, well, the way you're treating your kids is not right, and we are going to beat your ass or imprison you or take your child, the 100 people are more powerful, and let's say they do it physically, they will win. So then my child will be taken and I will be beaten and imprisoned. I'm still going to think they were wrong.
So you're basically saying that the truth of that which is right and wrong is, well, there is no truth in it. But if there was, or the way that the truth would be based on popularity, and there are no basic principles.
It wouldn't be the truth. It'll be the tyranny of the majority. And then, yes, morality is generally based on what the majority of people agree with.
So from that perspective, there's no such thing as a just law.
And this sounds terrible. In its basic concept, no. But from my perspective, there are.
So you think that perspective has no root in reality? It's just your idea.
It has a root in my reality because other people have their own reality.
It's not grounded in any. It's not grounded in truth at all. It's just grounded in the fact that that's how you feel. That's what you said.
Yeah, as far as morality is concerned, yeah, it's grounded in how I feel, what I think, my perception of things, just like everybody else.
So with grape, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that grape is only wrong because you feel that way?
Yeah.
There's nothing inherently wrong with that.
Did not saying there's nothing inherently wrong. Okay, so I think you're confusing the fact of.
No, I'm saying because if there's no inherent wrongs, and it's only because if the population says, if the majority of people or men start saying, hey, there's nothing wrong with it, it still doesn't make it right. because a majority of people say
It
it's okay.
still wouldn't make it right for me. But there was a time in the Bible when it tells them to go, and if you wanted a captive POW woman, and you could take that woman, you shave her head, you let her mourn for 8 days, you wash her, and then you rape her, and she becomes your wife. For that tribe of Israelites, for that time frame in the Israelite history, yes, the majority of them thought that was moral because their God told them so. I, looking at it, say that they were wrong. Most people today would say that they were wrong, but at that time frame, their moral barometer said that it was right. So there isn't, because there's always going to be both sides of it, no matter the number. That's why it's always going to be subjective.
But that's what I'm saying. Nothing. Okay, I get it. We agree to disagree on that one.
I understand. I used to be where you are. I used to think the way you think. That there are certain things that are just morally objectionable, morally, But then when I think
only caveat to that is, I think when you say that, I get where you're coming from. But if you put yourself on the side of the person that is receiving the harm, right? I don't think you would ever come out with a different conclusion. I don't think there was ever a time in history where a woman was being raped and she felt like that was the right thing.
I didn't say the women thought that it was the right thing.
What I'm saying to you is, because it removes the subjectivity if 100% of the people experiencing this.
No, see, you're moving the goalpost.
No,
the people,
this is where I've always been.
Okay, well, maybe I didn't understand you, but the people who are,
the people saying removes the subjectivity of it.
The people who, the people who are experiencing the rape or the slavery, no, slavery, I ain't gonna say about that. But the people who are experiencing the rape, no, they don't think that it's a good thing. They think it's wrong. I ain't gonna say that about slavery because some slaves thought that they should be. I hope that 100% think that is wrong. But I will.
If that's the case, you're saying that 100% of people are having the same subjective experience.
100% of the people who are experiencing rape are having the same experience. But then the people who are doing the rape are having a different. That's why I said I've been misunderstanding you.
Yeah,
but that still doesn't make it a objective.
Hold on. That's why I'm asking you drown above water. Because I'm showing you the position in which this thing, when you look at this thing, if 100% of the people on that side of it come away with the same conclusion, that's a hell of a subjective viewpoint. Regardless to where they're at in the world, regardless to how they was raised, all of their conditioning, all of the different things about people, but they all subjectively come to the same conclusion. It kind of removes the subjectivity.
You know what? I'm gonna change something because I'm gonna put it in I gotta add more to the category now. I cannot say that 100% of the women who are being raped are in that same boat. And here's why. Rape is when a woman does not consent, right? Right?
Is when she don't want that to happen. She adamantly does not want to happen.
Now,
she does not desire for it in any shape, form, or fashion.
All right. So when women were forced into marriage, as still some women are forced into marriage today, some of those women who believe in the culture of it, although they didn't have a choice, they are still being raped because they didn't make the choice that this man is going to be their husband. But yet they agree with the culture.
what I'm saying to you is what you're doing right now. Right. What you're doing is changing the scenario, not necessarily changing it.
I'm not changing it. I'm just defining.
You're categorizing that particular situation as a great, right? But what I'm saying
Is it not?
I'm categorically talking about a situation where it's a stranger, not even just a stranger, it could be somebody else, but if we just say a stranger, right?
Okay, but remember, you just said rape. You did not specify the type.
I mean, I think if the woman I think if the woman comes away and saying that that's what it is, right? Then that is going to be categorically, not even categorically. I think 100% of them are going to say they felt like it was wrong.
If the woman, if the woman categorized it that as that way, if it was something she violently did not want, then I would agree with you. That's why I thought about the fact that the whole concept of rape is more than just the one particular type.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to open it up to people getting married and all of that kind of stuff, but you know, and then if you want to open the door to that, and even those people would probably say the same thing. At least 90% of them, if they didn't have fear of consequences of anything else. You know, like, so, because if they're being forced into something, they're not using their free will. They don't want to do it. You know, and is it something that they are against and morally and feel like it's more? I mean, anytime you're forcing people into a certain situation, you're gonna have this type of situation. But without going down that path too far, you know, we can move the goalposts to, okay, now we're talking about people who kind of didn't, and they're into an arranged marriage, and they didn't really like the person, and they was coerced, and you know, they did it for family reasons. We can go down that path.
Right. So I was just bringing it to the point that you're talking about. I brought that up so that we can be specific. Wait a minute, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I was bringing that point up so that we can be specific as to the type of rape that you're talking about. And so now that we are specifically talking about abusive, the violent, I'm just taking you're a stranger and you don't know me, there's no arrangement, you're not a POW, none of those things. Those women I would think 100% would say this was wrong that happened to me. But that does not make it objective.
So there's no objective. I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I look at who says the statement. So you have to add the human element of emotions and all of those kind of things into the equation. And when you say it, because 100% people have emotions, and so you're saying it's objectively subjective. Is basically what you're saying.
I don't know what objectively subjective means, but
well, it's objective because everybody has emotions, and you're saying that all the emotions that people have, or they feeling the right and wrong, is subjective. But the thing is that the idea of right and wrong supersedes that of feelings.
Nope. And that's the point. It would be great, and we're gonna have to put a pin in this one. Because we don't went too long. It would be great if there was objective morality, and it was that you don't rape nobody, you don't murder nobody, you don't steal from people. it would be great if those objective moralities existed, and because then if they did exist, everybody would adhere to them. But the fact that we have a choice to adhere to them makes it where there's no objective morality.
Well,
And we demonstrate that we don't adhere to them. But it would be great if there was. I don't think anybody should have any of those things done to them.
well, I'm just saying if 100% of the people, you know, and the only person that would ever argue that, that's why I said the whole subjective morality argument only comes from the you know, from it only comes from the viewpoint of the person committing sin. I'm gonna call it a crime because of lack of better words, right?
I can deal with that.
Is that okay? Is that okay with you?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
because I would consider it a crime.
So you know, it only supports the criminal. It's never like
Yeah.
if it the way that I would see it being subjective is if both sides of that particular offense, right, would argue that it was subjective in some kind of way.
I understand what you're saying. I just, yeah. It's still just it's still subjective.
We have a different idea of what truth is, right?
Yeah, because you can't demonstrate objective morality. It can't be demonstrated. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, because it's not. Because it's alive.
No, it just doesn't exist.
No, I'm saying because it exists with people. I mean, for you, you're saying it doesn't exist because you can't measure it from the perspective of having instrumentation to do so.
We can observe. In our observation of people on this planet, there is not one thing that the entire world, no matter what you think, you follow this thought process.
Let me ask you a question, and then I'm gonna get off because I know you said you got time. Can you give me can you give me something that you consider to be an objective reality that can't be measured?
An objective reality?
Yeah, that can't be measured without instrumentation.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, there is no. Everybody's reality is their own perspective of the earth that we live on. You know what I mean? Like you perceive Earth and your life and your day, the events of your day, the same, but we could be observing the same thing, but we're going to perceive it differently. Because and that becomes our different realities. All right. Now,
no, that becomes your perception.
Your perception of right, your perception of your reality. Even if we're both looking at the
reality, perception of reality.
So we know the sun is up. Well, I don't know where you are. I'm in San Antonio. The sun is up right now. We know the sun is up there. It's shining bright. All right. But
and I say it's not.
Well, you may say it's not. But here's the funny thing about it. I was looking at the sun with another person, and we was doing this thing, sun blinking. And although we're looking at the same damn sun, there are still very minor things that I saw, that she saw, that was different from each other, from what we saw.
That's your perspective of the reality.
Right. But was the thing about it, was what we both saw truth? Or did one of us see an optical illusion?
What I'm saying to you is what you're conflating is your perception and reality. So you're looking at it like, oh, because this is what I see. If I see it, if I don't see all of it, then it discounts that it's an actual reality. What I'm saying is, if we're standing on two opposite sides of a tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see one thing, I see another, right?
Okay.
But we're both looking at a tree.
Yeah.
That is the reality, that there is a tree there.
Okay, I can agree with that. There is a tree.
That one of us says it's a car, This is no longer making my own reality. This is me being delusional.
Okay, and I agree. I agree with you. If we're both looking at the sun, then there is a sun. And I was going there, but yeah, if we're both looking at a tree, it's a tree.
So my point I'm making is, you know, basically is when you say that, when we're talking about truth, it's grounded in reality. Because if it's not, it kind of it kind of pushes back.
But that ain't got nothing to do with morals. That ain't got nothing to do with morals, man.
No, I mean, no, I'm just saying in general, though, because it's foundation. Like, even when you saying everybody has their own reality, I'm saying thoughts form and they base themselves on top of, you know, that's your primary math.
Yeah.
So if your primary math is everybody reality is subjective and reality itself is subjective, then yes, I understand how you come up with the subjective morality. You're basing it on that foundation.
Yeah, but
and my foundation is set differently. That's why I'm coming to a different conclusion.
But there is no reality that morals are based on.
Huh?
Morals are not based on there's no truth that morals are based on. That's the problem with that.
That's what I'm saying. Can you give me a truth that cannot be measured?
As far as with how it interacts with morality, there isn't any.
No, I'm saying anything.
I mean anything, but that doesn't.
That's not what I'm asking you for.
That doesn't.
I'm asking you that for. The reason I'm asking you that is because I'm trying to see if there is a foundation in it, as far as the way that you think that things that cannot be measured exist.
No, I mean, my phone exists. It's right here.
The phone is visible and can be measured.
Yes, it exists.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you believe existence is reduced to things that can be measured?
Well, not just measured, but observed, see the effect of things of that nature. But so, no.
Yeah. So you're a physicalist, a materialist. I mean, I get it.
Sure.
No, it's not. And just, I'm saying it's not a derogatory term.
I didn't take it that way.
Yeah, I just understand your construct. From that construct, you would definitely come up with that's subjective because it has to do with thought. Even though we all have them, right? Because those can't be really measured either to a degree, nor can emotion. So these are things that we know exist, but we can't see them. And also, when people come away thinking and feeling about a particular situation the same way, it stands the reason.
No, but even though we can't see them and we can't measure certain things, what we can do is see the effects of them to be able, and in seeing the effects, we then have observed a certain behavior that then we will be able to identify it with that emotion.
My question is, why would you say 100% of the women on the side of being great would be, why would they come away feeling like that was wrong, objectively?
Because that's how they feel.
Why would they all feel the same way about the same act?
Because they're being violated. Their agency is being taken away. But that doesn't make it objective for everyone.
Okay, they're being violated, but
dude,
why?
Okay, we're going in a circle. We're going right back to the same circle.
Why is the violation seen as wrong?
It's only seen as wrong by the people who see it as wrong.
What I'm saying to you is, but why would 100%? Like, what does that physically point to? What objective reality?
I've already answered it.
Okay.
I've answered that one. You just don't like the answer.
So you're saying they just by default or by happenstance, they just all happen to feel the same way about a violation
No, most people who are violated are going to generally feel the same way about the violation. But that doesn't make it objective for everyone. Objective has to be a truth for everyone, not just the ones being violated.
But the other people are not experiencing it. It's like
it doesn't matter. There are a lot of things that I think are wrong that I've never experienced myself. I don't have to experience something to think it's wrong.
Would you say if you jumped in a pool, objectively, everybody who jumps in the pool would get wet?
Not the same, my guy.
Would you say that though?
But that is not the same as morality. I'm not gonna answer that, because that's like trying to compare apples to a piece of wood, but indicate it as if we're comparing Granny Smith apples to Red Delicious apples.
I'm saying that the fact that 100% of the people that jump in the water objectively will get wet, right? They're physically getting wet, and the ones who are standing on the shore are not.
That doesn't. I'm not going to. No, you cannot ground that, land that, or any of that, because that is a terrible example. Because you cannot put people jumping in the water and getting wet in the same category as morality. They don't match. Oil and water.
All I'm saying to you is they're having a different experience. Those who are experiencing doing the thing are having the same experience.
It ain't got nothing to do with your experience of having to experience the thing. Have you experienced slavery in the same with real slavery, not no economic bullshit, but real slavery?
You said, say that again?
Have you ever experienced real slavery?
No.
Then how can you know that it's wrong? You haven't experienced it.
I could not experience somebody jumping in the pool and know they're getting wet.
Exactly. Which is why you don't have to experience something to know it's wrong. That's what I said. And then to think that it's wrong. But not everyone is going to think it's wrong, whether they experience it or not. So you can't put objective morality and objective truth only into the category of people who experience it, like you were doing earlier when it comes to rape. Because that's what you were doing. You were saying that everybody who experienced it think that it's 100% that is wrong. So then there's an objective truth to it because they experienced it.
What I'm saying is it's based off the experience.
But
like if you're on the shore, you're not going to experience the same thing from that perspective. So if 100% of the people in there are experiencing that, and the person on the other side is not, it could or could not be, then it would behoove you to look at the person that is on the other side of that experience.
Yeah, we should.
You're talking about things that people are experiencing.
We should, and that's how most people identify things that are wrong, and that's how most laws are. But people don't always view it the same way. That's why slavery was wrong for a while. I mean, was right for a while. Now it's wrong. That's why women being treated as property was right for a while. Now it's wrong.
Oh man, I got so many questions.
But we ain't going through it. Other people been waiting forever and a day.
From that perspective, man, you're saying basically that at some point freedom was subjectively a privilege.
Freedom is always a privilege.
You just said the opposite, but okay.
No, I didn't.
When we talk about somebody restricting, like you're born free.
You only have as much freedom as the government you're under or the other government that comes and conquers your ass. That's how much freedom you got.
What?
Your freedom is limited to whatever government you're under, or if another government comes and take and destroys you and defeats you. That's how much freedom you got.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that they can only restrict it because if you can't objectively present freedom in front of me, right? You can't box it up and give
Okay,
it to me.
stop. Because we can go into a whole nother.
Later.
All right, man. Appreciate you. I only stopped it because I want to let other people be able to get on. Because me and him probably could have went for 4 hours, you know. And it's not that I wasn't enjoying the conversation. I actually wasn't. Casey, I know you have been waiting. I know you other guys have been waiting till I'm gonna get to you guys on TikTok as well. Casey, you there? Casey.
Hi, afternoon, coach.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Okay, I now have two things to talk about. Originally, I was
Okay.
gonna talk about something that came to mind with Noah art and how it's impossible for even 1 to 100 for the animals that exist to fit on the art, and I'm gonna talk about morality. Yeah, something that came to mind was um there's about 10,000 species of birds.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, okay, at least one floor of Nova Art would take up about 37,000 square feet maximum. And they say if you say, well, one bird would take up about 1 square feet of space on Nova's Ark, which to me is actually underestimating because you got like ostriches, you got eagles, you got flamingos, and other birds that would take up more than a square foot. So let's assume each bird takes up 1 square foot, and there's 10,000 species.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bible says seven of each of fowls are birds.
Mm-hmm.
7 males, 7 females. That's 14 times 10,000. So you got 140,000 square feet of space being utilized just by the birds alone.
Mm-hmm.
And then even if you decide to go up, well, you're gonna skip the species and you're gonna go up to the genus level. You're still gonna have some issues. Then the second something else that came to mind was um the amount of time it would have took Adam to name all of the animals and plants, and they excluded like bacteria and yeast and microbes that he can't see, that and it was taken Adam way more than 100 years. So yeah, those just some points, some stuff that came to mind this week.
Yeah, I was gonna actually talking about the flood was the first thing I was gonna talk about today. Well, it was the thing I wanted to talk about today, but then I switched over to this subject matter here because of those two videos that I saw. But yeah, that would be one of the points that I would make. That the fact that there's no way that all them birds would have been able to fit on the ark. Just the birds alone, it wouldn't have been able to fit on the size of the ark, which makes the Noah story impossible. And of course, the excuse that I've always heard when I used to ask that question about Adam naming all the animals was that he didn't name all the animals in the independent names that we have today, right? He just said these are birds, and that accounted for all the birds, you know. Uh, but that's a bullshit excuse. But because then there are still animals we are discovering today, and we are naming them, not Adam. So I agree with you.
Yeah, true. There's always gonna be some excuse they're gonna pull to the hat. There's some even say, well, God will probably shrunk the size of the animals on the ark so they all could fit. I heard that already.
Yeah, I've never heard shrunk them, but I heard they were all babies when they got on the ark. But even as a baby, he would not have had enough food to feed a baby elephant, two baby elephants, or seven baby elephants, seven pairs of baby elephants for over a year. So it still doesn't work.
Yeah. So then I was gonna address morality.
Mhm.
So the reason why he said morality is subjective is don't matter how you look at it. Like people may say stealing is wrong, lying is objectively wrong. Don't matter how you look at it, you can always come up with scenarios where those things could be justified.
Yeah,
So
I can justify telling a lie. I told lies for 3 years in the job that I had to justify figuring out who was stealing weapons from the military and selling them to the people in Rwanda. I lied through my teeth to do that job to figure out who was doing it, and I'll lie again to figure out who. If I had to go back in time, I'd tell those lies again, and those lies are justified because it was to help reduce and eventually end the conflict in Rwanda. Now, would anybody fault me for that lie?
well, Christians might.
Shit, it was Christians who was telling me to do it.
Well, I have posed this question
Military
to
Christians, but Christians, government Christians.
I have posed this question to a Christian once. Because he was saying morality is objective. So
Yeah.
I said, so like in the example I posted in the chat, I had said, okay, what if a doctor is just going on a walk and someone collapsed in front of him and was having a seizure, was foaming or whatever, and the
Mm-hmm.
doctor realized what was wrong, and there's a pharmacy right down the road, so the doctor just rushed into the pharmacy, took the medication, and run right back out. Well, by definition of stealing, well, the doctor took stole because he took something out of a store that he didn't pay for.
Mm-hmm.
So the Christian told me that the doctor was wrong. So the reason why we got all of this like debate about morality is it stems like out of like religions and Christian ideas because and I think we just like spend too much time stressing on morality and objective morality. When we look at the root of morality or even the basic definition of morality, is simply just okay, this is a Google definition: principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong and good behavior and bad behavior. So as a society, we have to got some rules and some codes of conduct, otherwise there's going to be chaos. So
Mm-hmm.
there's some things we could agree on, some things that may be gray areas. That's why you also have like amendments all the time, but that's what it basically is like everyone could agree mostly that um stealing is wrong. Well, of course, for the exceptions, like what I just mentioned, baby doctor and stuff like that, but like just breaking into somebody else, taking what's theirs, or just attacking somebody else, cause we could agree that those basic stuff is um that is wrong. And I believe that's where we should just keep it at. Everything else is just a discussion. We reason stuff out. The moment when we want to get technical about subjective and objectivity, and well, I think having in a course with 13-year-old is fine because in this culture and back then and being technical, like, yeah, all of that just leads to like endless loops like you and the previous guy. So I just think we just need to um just work with the framework we have right now, which is the law, and try to reason out was what should be accepted and not accepted, with fair debate, and just not because God says so or I think so, but with reason and logic.
Yeah, but some people's reason and logic is not going to match up to others. I mean, take Hitler for example. His reason and logic didn't match up with the uh, another part of the world, and I can't even say the larger part of the world at that time frame. But as far as the European countries are concerned,
But I'm sure it could. I'm sure that's why you always have debates, and it could also be tested. I think the previous caller had mentioned something about, or it was you about testing. So you could take Hitler's belief. I heard he was a Christian, and you use the Bible. You could you could take the actually you could take both the Old and New Testament and use Hitler's use the Bible against Hitler's ideology.
I can use the Bible for Hitler's ideology. Joshua was told in order to inherit the promised land, and he sent out the different tribes to take it. They took it by force. They were told to genocide the people who were there so that the countries would be purely Israelites. For the ones that they couldn't genocide, they were told to make them into slaves. So I can say that according that Hitler was following the Bible in how he wanted Germany to be completely Aryan and devoid of anybody else. And if those people, if they couldn't get rid of all of them, he put them to forced labor. He did the exact same thing Joshua did.
Yeah, I get your point. But one thing the Bible was never for was the total destruction of Israel.
Yeah, not the total destruction of Israel, but the total destruction of other people. That's the point. The same way it was for the total destruction of other people, Hitler was for the total destruction of other people. The Aryans, he believed the true Germans were Aryans, and the Aryans should be the only ones in Germany, and then they should be the only ones ruling the world, just as the Israelites preached that their Messiah is going to rule the world, and that anybody else that they didn't genocide would be slaves, which is what he did with the people in the concentration camps. He either exterminated or he made them into forced labor.
Yeah, I get what you were saying because I was about to turn around and use like scripture that would oppose what he was doing, but it's like
What scripture would oppose what he was doing?
well, I was gonna go to the New Testament. I was gonna reference the golden rule, Paul about no more um slaves, Jews, Greek, but all one under Christ. I was going actually gonna go against his yeah,
Paul,
that was the road I was gonna go along.
Paul when Paul said he was just saying that Paul wasn't getting rid of slavery. He wasn't getting rid. If you say he was getting rid of slavery, then he was also getting rid of gender, because he said there's no male nor female nor slave nor bondman in the body of Christ. If you say you're getting rid of slavery with that one, you got to get rid of gender as well. So do you think he was actually trying to get rid of gender?
No, he wasn't.
Right. So he wasn't getting rid of slavery. As a matter of fact, he told Ananias that I'm saying that name wrong though, because I'm thinking about Spartacus. But he was telling Ananias, I'm gonna say it that way anyway, that he need to go back to his slave master, but then telling the slave master, you need to look at him not only as a slave, but also as a brother in Christ. So don't treat him poorly, but he's still your slave.
Okay, was that one of the books that is in question about whether Paul actually wrote it? Because the things about with the New Testament is on one hand, like it appears like Paul is condemning something or condoning something, then the other hand let's see he's condemning it. So is that one of the books that is in question of his authorship?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what book it's in, to be honest. But whether it's now, we as people who deconstruct from the Bible, we can look at it and say that it wasn't written by Paul. But if you believe in the Bible, then it's part of your scriptures, right? Are you a believer?
No, I'm not. But when he was a Christian, I did not it was a weird that Paul didn't write certain books like Hebrews. Like it could just I don't just reading Hebrews and reading other books. They could have just like tell like okay, this is not Paul. And it was also weird that some of the books that were ascribed to him, like the authorship, his authorship was in question for some of them. And I also wasn't a big fan of Paul as a Christian either because it was too much contradictions, and he even called God's law in the Old Testament the commandments, the administration of death. So I had a lot of issues back then with Paul. I saw him as like a false prophet just planted during the Bible for God like to test, yeah, Christians and everyone.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Yes, so the book that speaks about him talking to Emmaus is written in the book of Philemon, and Philemon, the scholarly consensus is that it was written by Paul. It's one of the ones who wrote that he wrote.
Oh, okay.
But irregardless of that, it that and no other place does he say that slavery should be discarded. Paul, he was a product of his environment, just like Jesus. So they
I
never
wasn't,
spoke about,
I
they
wasn't looking
never
at
used
direct.
slavery.
I wasn't looking at directly as like him directly condemning it, but I was more looking at the mindset that basically Paul and Jesus was implementing. Like just focus like on the kingdom of God. Don't really focus on these worldly stuff. So it was more the message there was pushing
No,
that
you
it
got
was trying to get across. And here,
no. That's a more of a modern day philosophical point towards that, or slant towards it, because if you look at the fact that they were both practicing Jews, and if you look at what the Jewish Torah says about slavery, they were really just talking about that aspect of it. So Jewish slavery is for other Jews, you only have them as indentured servants. Now there are instances where you can have a Jewish person as a property owned slave, and but you can't treat them harshly. You have to treat them fairly. You have to pay them wages and so on and so forth. If you have a foreign slave, those are the ones you can treat harshly. So all Paul was saying is, according to Jewish law, look at this person as a brother in Christ. So look at them as you would look at an Israelite slave, and don't treat them harshly, but you can still have them as property slaves. They weren't looking at it with a 2025 lens.
yeah, I understand. I was just looking at there it was make a distinction between old and new, but even though he might not have like as con damn it, I was saying like the overall message in the New Testament. I know you say it might be 2025 or recently that we are seeing it through that lens, but when you delve into the New Testament, especially when Paul was like trying to put away the letter of the law and just move more at the spirit and stuff, it was like it's just like putting these earthly these desires and stuff behind and just looking forward like towards towards the kingdom of God and stuff. So
No,
it was
he
he
wasn't.
wasn't they weren't like
No,
Jesus was like Paul basically was yeah like Jesus saying don't worry about tomorrow, don't worry about being you are of this world, don't be of this world, and you always talk about the kingdom of God. All these things are gonna pass away. It was always pointing towards the future, the afterlife, while disregarding mostly earthly pleasures and happiness. Even like with the example, the rich young ruler. So all of those are like examples of the aim that Jesus is and Paul was trying to push, even though they didn't like condemn slavery. That was just the idea then of me, just don't worry about today,
No, no,
the pleasures, and look forward.
I 100% disagree with you because you are looking at very small aspects of what they were talking about and looking at what they were talking about with the with the incorrect context of what they were talking about. So Jesus, for one, was very much about following the law, that you have to follow the law. You're supposed to follow the law. He was speaking to the Israelites. Jesus was never speaking really to the Gentiles. So even when he talked about your neighbor, your neighbor was your fellow Israelite. And Jesus made the promise that before this generation dies, that there were going to be those who are standing amongst you who will not taste death before he returns. So the return was not this 2025 return. It was a return within the lifetime of those people. So mid to late first century, he was supposed to return. Paul's thought process was that Jesus would return before he died, or before that generation that he was living in would die, because he's part of that generation that was walking around supposedly with Jesus, even though he never met him. But so when they were talking about don't worry about tomorrow, it is because they thought Jesus would return within a few years. So then worrying about tomorrow doesn't matter because it's all going to be over and done with in a few years, not 2,000 years. And as far as Paul was concerned, he was talking to the Gentiles, the Greeks. And so he knew that the Greeks were not going to follow the Israelite laws if he was going to convert them over. So he just told them things like, if you are a Gentile, but you are a good person and all this kind of stuff, then you're doing the law because it's on your heart that you're doing it. So he was just spewing political propaganda for that religion in order for the Romans to agree with him, which is a very different message from the Jesus character.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, one last question before it slipped my mind.
All right.
You had mentioned in the Old Testament, I think it was Deuteronomy 32. It was about when like the higher God was distributing, I guess, portions of land or tribes of people like to a lower God, and Yahweh was one of them. Like I turned to the verse, but I didn't see what he was speaking about.
Hold on. I think it was, you said Deuteronomy. Oh, come on. You're going slow. I thought it was 22, but it might not confuse me now. Let me check and make sure. No, it's not 22. No, okay, that was a different subject matter. That's why 22 was in my head.
I think it was 32 something. Like,
You know what? I'm doing this the hard way. There's an easier way for me to do this, but I'm doing it the hard way. So let me do this the easy way real quick. Okay. Yeah, it's Deuteronomy 32. Deuteronomy 32. So I think I missed it then. Oh, so Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 and 9. When the Most High, which is El Elyon, apportioned the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods, and that's B'nai Elohim. the Lord, this Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, own portion was his people, Jacob his allotted share.
Okay, so where I have any disconnect is like, okay, I see, okay, when the Most High divided the nations and mankind, he set the boundaries of the people according to the numbers of sons of God.
Right.
So sometimes sons of God is referred to like men, sometimes like humans.
It can be, but in this context, it's not. In this context, is to the other Elohims, it's to the others, to that. Some people may call them angels, but he's referring to the other gods, Shamash, Ahura Mazda, well, Ahura Mazda wouldn't have been around at that time frame, but Shamash and Enki, Enlil, Inanna, Ishtar, same person, all those different gods.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's from you or someone else on YouTube I was looking at, but was there an earlier version that said something different? Another version like that actually had like different names, like well probably L or something like that. I'm trying to. It was a while ago I looked into this, but I here trying to revisit it and some stuff I can't try to. Okay, I see what happened. So I think you were saying like they replace L with Yahweh or Yahweh with L or something like that. Like
Later on, El and Yahweh are made into one God.
okay, so so here when it has the Most High here is L.
Right. Well, Most High, it should be El Elyon as the Most High.
Okay, so this is something like you inferred based on into the text based on like knowledge you have, or like is there something in the text or earlier versions that might have had it L?
No earlier version that I know of ever had it as El. Some of the Jewish literature or some scribes tried to make that into the children of Israel. Well, they didn't make El, they kept it as El Elyon, but they made B'nai Elohim children of Israel. But then that never stuck because it doesn't fit the next line, which is about Yahweh having Jacob as his portion, because that would encompass all of Israel. That's the only difference I ever heard of in that one. But the most almost every almost every other scholar recognizes as speaking of the B'nai Elohim as the other polytheistic gods that people believed in back then.
Oh, okay, understood. All right, thanks for having me on. I'm going to take my leave.
No problem. Appreciate you, man. I think Casey's in Barbados. I can't remember everybody. Okay, let's see. Guess the other people couldn't hold on long enough. That's why I shouldn't have had that other conversation so long, because hell, I wouldn't want to hold on for an hour either. Wouldn't want to hold on for an hour. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about the flood tomorrow. Talk about the flood tomorrow. I was gonna talk about that today, but we're gonna talk about that tomorrow. Today is more about this oppressive nature of this religion and how it's teaching people to suffer, even though we've gotten way off track with that other caller, which is fine at times. Boss lady on here early. Look at it. I saw you when you popped in. Marion, how you?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Marion.
Okay. Hey, I've been here since the beginning. I heard everybody, man.
I know.
First of all, hey, I speak to everybody. Everybody's mindset is different. So this is my introduction. Everybody mindset different. It's never 100% of anything. What you experience, nobody else may experience. I don't know what you felt. You don't know what I felt. I don't know what you seen. I don't know what you thought. And this the bottom line with mine. So all this religion, what you know, what you've been through, all you will, they have nothing to do with me. I'm embracing my time, my moment, my experience, my presence. You know, I'm this freedom, this gift. You know, that's basically how I speak. And I be hearing everybody disagree, and they agree at the same time to get what we don't know shit. We all heard, we traveling, we learning. You know, and the bottom line, let's do it with love. Let's do it with freedom, support. You know, but everybody want to be selfish, want to be nitty gritty, stubborn, deceitful. You know, this the government I'm talking about. And I mentioned Trump, but I ain't talking about him because I'm so bigger than him. You know, but I enjoy your live, man. I've been watching you for a couple of days now. So now I feel you. I know how to comment your ass now. So, and the people's in the comment too. So get at me. Yeah, I'm here. So yeah, I'm rocking with you. You know, so whatever you talk about, I'm in the box, man. And all them big words, yeah, I may be lost sometime, but I'm here, man. Take over. How you doing, though? Get at me.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. You know, I try to keep things, I try to use words that so that everybody can understand, because I don't think it does service of justice if you get on here and use a whole bunch of words that people don't understand what the hell you're talking about. So, but I can appreciate the fact that you said that. So I'll be even more mindful of that. But, and you're right. And that's the whole reason why I was telling dude, the other guy, that everybody has their own perspective, which is why morality is not objective, because you're always going to have people who have lived different experiences. They think differently. They have different worldviews. So you can never have any of morality that's objective, which is one of the reasons why religion is so easily used to oppress people and make them think that their suffering is a good thing, right? Because we're going to talk about the subject that I want to talk about.
Yes, yes.
Because when that dude did that Chat GPT thing about Jesus coming down being black because we've suffered through all this bullshit, and that's a sign of love. Suffering is not a sign of love, right? We like to make it that way. Oh, I love my children, so I suffer for my children. No, fuck no. I'm not going to go out. No, I go out here, I work, I do what I need to do in order to provide for them when they were small, so that they can have better options and they can have a better life. But I'm not going to go out and suffer for them, which is why if I didn't like the job I was doing, like I hated doing IT work. So as soon as I saw an opportunity to get out of IT work, which I went into it for myself and to be able to provide for my family and everything. But as soon as I saw an opportunity, I got the hell out of it. I wasn't going to sit and I got friends who sat and suffered. Troy is suffering in IT right now. Been suffering ever since we started together. And I think it's ridiculous that he has suffered for 20 plus years in a work that he really don't like. So it's stupid to me. It's dumb. I would never do it. I'm driving to Houston. Oh, Sphinx. I'm sorry. I just saw Sphinx said he's driving to Houston. Well, you need to keep on coming from Houston and be here October 31st, Sphinx.
What's going on that day? Let people know.
Oh, thought you've been listening. We're having a oh yeah, we're having our meetup here in San Antonio, October 31st through November 2nd. There's a link there's a phone number in the bio in the description of the YouTube channel on this video that'll give you the hotel number that you can call and make your reservations. Tell them it's for the Free Thinkers group. We're gonna have a good time. Yeah. The hotel provides a free breakfast and a free supper. Shit, you're doing better than me on that damn thing. Yeah. And our first night of meeting up, we're meeting at Devil's River Distillery, downtown San Antonio. 8 p.m. Friday night. And my wife had bought a costume that I will be wearing. So if you want to see me in a costume, you might want to show up. But yeah, so shit.
Hey, back to the point, man. Religion is oppression.
Right.
Hey, and somebody in the comment had said religion is oppression, but Jesus said free. You know, but still, there's someone else's mindset, there's someone else's belief, and you speak a lot on Jesus' name, and I be on you about that because you said a lot of people follow religion, not Jesus, because they were following Jesus. You know, Christmas would just be an ordinary day. It could still be sacrificed. A woman on her period would still have to be considered unclean.
Exactly. If they were following Jesus, but they're not following Jesus. And Jesus, and for that reason, for that reason alone, there are others, but for that reason alone, Jesus does not set you free of nothing, because you're still held accountable for these laws that you must follow, because that is how you show your love to this God that he calls Father. So Jesus don't set you free. Matter of fact, if Jesus don't set you free, because if you, according to the story, if you believe in Jesus, then when you die, you go to this so-called heaven where you are a slave to this God, worshiping this God for all eternity. You don't have a choice of what you want to do in heaven. You got to worship this God. How is that freedom? That is not freedom. Freedom would be I leave this planet and I get to choose what my consciousness is going, how I'm going to exist afterwards. That would be freedom. So Jesus don't set you free. And he sure hell didn't set our ancestors free. For those of us whose ancestor was enslaved, which is the overwhelming majority of the people on the planet, at some point in time, your ancestors were slaves. And he never set any of them free. Not a one.
Hey, I was just speaking of bringing it back to the point, you know,
Yeah.
the topic. I ain't say I was a Jesus freak. I'm not one of
Well,
them.
I know you're not. But
I learned a lot, experienced a lot, and I got a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I can't answer. No one can. So I'm through asking questions. I'm just keep living and learning.
Yeah. I mean, you got people, these people who say that Jesus set you free, God is there for you and all that kind of bullshit. While he helping somebody find their damn keys because they praise God for finding their keys, some child is being molested at the very same time. This guy got his priorities wrong. But they'll make people think, oh, you went through that time frame. You had to go through your molestation so that you can have a testimony, so that God can strengthen you in this or that. Hell no.
What? Yeah.
You ain't never heard that before?
Man, I'll tell you about my sister. I ain't say, speaking on name. Yeah. Man, why? And you live a good life, but you tell me my suffering is for a reason? That's a lie. That's a goddamn lie. I mean, I don't mean to speak like that. No, I don't understand it. But things happen.
That's just life. Life just like there's an argument that I have but no one, I heard another dude on another podcast saying it, but he made a statement, but the guy on the podcast didn't go at him the way I would have, which I was like, I'm just gonna hold on to it because somebody gonna say it. But I'm tired of holding on to it. He was asking him, the guy was saying that he's on the fence. He wants to leave Christianity, but he's afraid that if he leaves Christianity, that then he's going to get punished, right? And that's a common thought process. If I leave Christianity, I'm going to get punished. So the dude is sticking with believing in Christianity, even though he recognizes all the contradictions and everything historically invalid about the Bible. And I wish I could have got on there because I wanted to ask him, have bad things happened in your life before while you've been a Christian? And so let me ask you, when you still a Christian, or you used to be a Christian?
I used to believe in Jesus when I was going to church. I was a kid because I was taught.
That was
Okay.
my discretion by my elders. But something that didn't mean was always having a question. I really was going to try to use a question what you were hearing about your preacher. Yeah, I was one of them people too.
Okay.
But I took my own journey out, so I picked up the Muslim thing. So I studied. I ain't practiced. I studied. But still, I was looking at myself while I was studying these words that another man put in his book.
Okay. So, you,
Go ahead.
yeah, you know, I went way past the question.
But my question is that I believe in me.
Okay.
I believe in
I was,
purpose.
but that's way past the question. That's way past the question.
Okay, that's the question again.
At one point, did you believe in the Bible? Were you a Christian? At one point, you considered yourself a Christian, right?
I'm answering that question. I'm giving you a story though.
Yeah, I don't want the story.
I was a kid, but like about,
I don't want the story.
At 16, 17 years old, I stopped believing.
I'm not trying to trap you, man. It's just a simple question.
I'm saying, like, I just told you when I stopped believing in something.
Okay, but gosh, just a simple question. Just a simple question. So the answer is yes. At one point in your life, you were a Christian.
Yes.
All right.
Well, I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. Yes.
Okay.
Come on, man. Can you be over in the comments, bro?
All right. So did anything bad happen during that time frame? It doesn't have to be big. It could be small, but did anything bad happen during that time frame?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now,
that was life.
damn it, you get into my answer. But so at that time frame when something bad happened, did you or other people think that God was trying to punish you or take you through a season, or that God was the one enacted that bad thing, that there was something about God with that bad thing?
I'm gonna ask a question like this. When I was at the age of my mindset, I used to always say, God, why are you doing this to me?
Mm-hmm.
I used to ask the question, well, God, why are you allowing this to happen? I used to say, man, why are you doing this to me?
Right.
So
you thought that.
my mindset.
So you thought God was doing something. Now, since you've not been a Christian, has anything bad happened in your life?
I don't give it no power to.
No, but has anything that you would say is bad happened in your life? Like any troubles, any trials, any struggles?
I answer that question and I'm gonna leave them words where they is. I give it no power to. It's all good.
So the answer is yes. I'm gonna answer for you. Yes.
Yes.
You had some shit happen in your life.
Oh, yes, I ain't gonna give it no power.
This is so difficult.
And I'm not being a smart ass either.
Yes, you are. So the point is, this guy who was afraid to leave Christianity because he thought that God would punish him or his life would spiral or something bad would happen in his life, is that whether you are Christian or not, shit happens in your life. And so since shit happens in your life, it ain't got nothing to do with your beliefs in God. It's just life and how life goes.
I agree.
It's that simple. But let me get some more people.
Can I finish out your box? Okay, I got some stuff I gotta do.
Okay.
But I'm still here. But at the same time, everyone else mindset ain't there yet. So this what you feed everybody can't eat this steak. So some people still drinking like they said a mirror. And we're gonna give it an intern, but I'm gonna give it to the kind of break down my turn about everybody got their own experience. Now I'll tell you about my dreams and everything. And everybody go watch the video and the people calling me retarded and shit. But I was experiencing something and I experienced something that nobody's opinion have no weight on. It's like can't nobody tell me how much to love my child, or how forgiving to be to my child, or how often I should wash my car or wash my ass, or how much coffee I should consume. Nobody had a right to tell me what time it is to be loving or what time it is to be going to the store. Nobody had no control of that. So that that is right there. It's a gift of freedom from being whoever gave me this life, this energy. If it's a higher power, God, as people give it to, that power is me right now. And the power is you right now because you're a presence too. And anyone else who's heard in them comments, heard his voice, But my thing is, my free will, my gift from God is to be and to do good, to be positive, and have my own opinion freely, respectfully. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm not gonna do it to nobody that don't want nobody to do to me. And that's my nature. That's my nature.
Good.
That's my nature.
Don't harm nobody, they ain't gonna harm you. I like that.
And I'm gonna get out your box, get me out this box, and I'm gonna send this live, and I'll be here all the time, man.
All right, appreciate you, man.
All right.
All right. I jumped because I'm agreeing with the part, especially, ain't nobody gonna tell me how much coffee to drink. And I think my wife snubbed me with the coffee that she don't like. I think that's the kind she made me today. Tor, you there? Tor just got out the car or got in the car. Tor Wild. Oh shit. I don't think Tor know his phone is on TikTok and he was on the live. Yeah, I don't think he knew he was on. Look, my phone is that way too. I constantly have to, if my phone is in my pocket, I constantly pull it out and check it because I have literally called all kinds of people while my phone is in my pocket. So I don't even get mad when it happens with people. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So Isaac, I ain't messing with you. I did see your question earlier, Isaac. I think I thought I phrased it correctly to avoid or your statement. So I hope you, so I don't think I was ignoring it. I'm drinking some. Yeah, people be having their phones in their pocket, just clicking on all kinds of stuff. There was a comment I saw. I can't find it. I'm trying to find this comment that I saw earlier, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. But I like the fact that when the other caller when Casey was asking me, was talking about Elian giving his portion, I heard an interesting thought the other day. I can't necessarily get down with it wholeheartedly, 100%, but let me know what you guys think. So when you read Deuteronomy 32, 8-9, and when it talks about how Elian had given Yahweh his portion and all the other gods were giving their portion of people, someone then connected that back to Genesis chapter 1, where it says that Elohim said, let us make man in our own image, and connected that Elohim from Genesis 1, which we know was written by a different group of people than Genesis 2, but connected that one to say that that was the creation of mankind, and each God, B'nai Elohim, got their own portion of people. And then when Adam and Eve was created, this was the story of how Yahweh had got his portion of people, and that was Adam and Eve. So then when Cain went and married a wife, he was able to find a wife that's not his sister, but one of the people in the land of Nod, which would have been people who were made in the image of one of the other Elohim, B'nai Elohim, and that's why they built the city and all that other sort of thing. So that's where Cain got his wife. And it's just Deuteronomy is re-expressing Genesis 1 and 2 to demonstrate that. So what do you guys think of that thought process? The only reason I have a little bit of issue with it, because Elohim in Genesis 1, although it's a plural, it is used contextually there as an individual, as a singular. But then Genesis 2 does express with the serpent of how he said that tells Eve that you will be like us. And so the us, if the serpent is saying us, then it would be an expression of the B'nai Elohim and all this other heavenly council, all the other gods, with Elion at the top. And then when when Yahweh is walking through the garden, he expresses like now man has become like us, which would then be regarded talking about the heavenly council of knowing good and evil. So the only problem I have is with the linguistics of Elohim in Genesis 1, although plural, is contextually used in the singular. But if that's not contextually used in the singular, then Deuteronomy 32, with the distribution of people, would more easily connect with Genesis 1 and 2. What do y'all think about that? I'm not definitively saying one or the other. It's a thought exercise that I've been going through for the last week or two. When did I first hear that? I heard that about a week ago, week and a half ago. What do y'all think about that? Since I don't have another person up here right now, shit, I got another hour. Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give y'all 2 minutes. Well, not even 2 minutes, 1 minute to think about that while I run down here and grab me another cigar out the humidor. That there is more than one God. That there's a heavenly council, and that the creation of man was in Genesis 1 was the creation of all the people, mankind, but each God had their own group because Deuteronomy 32 identifies El Elyon giving a portion of people based on borders to each God, and then Yahweh getting the people of Israel. And so that then Genesis 2 would be Yahweh and his creation of the people of Israel. And Cain married one of the people who were outside of the Israelites. Because you got to remember, it doesn't say no other child, it doesn't mention any other children being born from Adam and Eve until after Seth is born. But hold on. Yeah, so tell me what you think. I'll be right back. All right. Decided while I was down in there, dude, you slow. Wow, I decided to do a little day drinking. Wow. This is the Devil's River Bourbon Espresso. This is great. Decided to get me a pour while I was down there. Deuteronomy verse. Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9. Get me one too. But how can there be any other gods? Are these older gods before God? Basically, someone realized the flaw in the Bible and tried to fix it. So remember how you got to remember how the Bible is written from a polytheistic viewpoint at one point in time to a always henotheistic, but definitely polytheistic to henotheistic, and then it is not until the 2nd and 3rd century BCE that Judaism became monotheistic. Judaism was not monotheistic in 700 BCE, in 1200 BCE. It was polytheistic. So when Deuteronomy was still an oral tradition, it was a polytheistic oral tradition, which is why Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9 says that El Elyon gave a portion to all the B'nai Elohim according to the borders and the nations. And then to Yahweh, he gave the people Jacob. Because they thought that these other gods did exist, but they existed as little g's to the El Elyon, and each one of these little g's had their own people. So like in the Exodus story, the reason why the Egyptians can produce some of the same miracles in the beginning is because their little g allowed them. The reason why Omri was defeated by Mesha is because the little g Shamash was able to beat the little g Yahweh. And this is why Yahweh, when the Ark of the Covenant was inside of Dagon's temple in the story of David, I believe, Yahweh was able to defeat Dagon. Because these are all little g's in the mindset of the people back then as they were telling the oral tradition. Yahweh doesn't merge with El. When the merging starts around the 600 BCE and goes through from the Assyrian captivity through the Babylonian captivity is when the merging starts. It is not, the merging doesn't end until after the Babylonian captivity. And then that's when Yahweh becomes one with El, and his wife Asherah is then gotten rid of. So there's not this whole time frame. What did Isaac say? Read me. I ain't reading because you said read me. You don't rule nothing. And if you'd have met us at the Cigar International the other night when I was telling you, you'd have met some other interesting people. So then according to what you just said, wouldn't that have meant that El Elyon, not Yahweh, scattered the people at the Tower of Babel, and then later on assigned the new nations to each B'nai Elohim? So that would throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in as far as the Genesis part. I didn't think about the Tower of Babel story, because then the people wouldn't have been separated until the Tower of Babel story. Well, no, it doesn't throw the monkey wrench in. El Elyon would have been the one who committed the flood, killed everybody, started over with the Noah, and then confusing the language, and then redistributed the people after the Tower of Babel. So it could have been a creation of all the people, and then a redistribution at the Tower of Babel. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Yeah. Better get to it. I wouldn't be surprised. There have been many forms of Judaism, even up to this day. there are multiple forms of Judaism. There's a form of Judaism right now where they're waiting for this dude who had died like in 93, they're waiting for him to come back. And then even because he died, that faction of Judaism split and became two separate, became another faction of Judaism. So yeah, there's always been. You know, I'm gonna read this one, even though it's not what we're talking about, because somebody had asked me about this. But Job 38, they asked where is Satan, Lucifer, Heliel is supposed to be the music minister. That's Job 38, 4-7. I meant to respond to that person, but I can't find where they're asked it. That's why I haven't responded. How the morning star sang with the B'nai Ha Elohim out of joy when God created the foundations of the earth. Now, the morning star, the problem with the morning star is that the morning star is Venus. It's a planet. It's not actually a being. But that is where that idea comes from. Now, y'all don't often get a 2-cigar day. I gotta get some fuel. But don't think we're about to be up here all night. 3 hours and 30 minutes is my max. The Semitic root of Hele to shrine is found in the words Hele, shining one, Lucifer, or Hallelujah, shine, praise the Yahoo. Yeah, but Lucifer, that whole thing of Lucifer, which is the Septuagint translated it, and then the Latin translated from the Septuagint, and we get the name Lucifer. It's talking about Venus, and it's talking, and that is something that is, and it's talking, not only is it talking about Venus, but it's talking about the king of Tyre. So it's not even talking about a heavenly being. So Lucifer shouldn't be mixed in with any angelic beings or B'nai Elohim. This is some good coffee, y'all. This is just real, this is black coffee. Just black coffee, that's all it is. Mix them together. I'm not seeing y'all really comment on that thought process. Some of y'all. I don't believe that Elohim was meant to be singular. The writers knew what they meant in using the plural form of Eloah. Yeah, you know, I don't know if, because sometimes these scholars, one scholar will write an opinion, and then it's like all of a sudden they all just agree. Now, most of the time you think they would agree because they also did the research. So I wonder if the Genesis 1 Elohim is one of those times where they just all agree just so that they can resolve the conflict. Because why wouldn't it just have used El when El began to create, or El Elyon began to create? If they wanted to be a female, why would they should have just said when Eloah began to create? But the fact that they use Elohim, even though they try to say that everything contextually is singular, I don't see the singularity within it. I researched it and looked at it from their point of view, and I don't see the singularity in Elohim in Genesis 1. I see the heavenly council, because then why would the writer, well, Genesis 2, it is said that Genesis 2 was written before Genesis 1. So if Genesis 1 is written secondary, then even and they were looking at Genesis 2, then even they saw that the serpent saying like us and the God in Genesis 2 saying like us, then that's why they wrote Elohim instead of El or El Elyon. Let me just check something real quick here. Okay, because in Genesis 2, it doesn't use El. It so far, I'm looking at where it says God, that should be, it says the Lord God. And it's capitalized, so that was Yahweh. So Yahweh El Elyon, when it says Lord God took man, Lord God said, Lord God. So all of Genesis 2, Lord God. And then when the serpent is speaking to, so it said, now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. And he said to the woman, did God, El Elyon, the Yahweh El Elyon had made, then Lord God, then just God, El Elyon. Did he say eat from any tree in the garden? So, and it's Lord God in a lot, but it's also got some separation of just God. And then it's Yahweh El Elyon. Say it, see the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. It's a lot of us in there. A lot of us. Right, and the Canaanites worship Yahweh, Asherah, El, Baal, and we know that the Israelites come from the Canaanites. It's known. Nobody disputes that. Nobody knows real speakers. What up, man? Oh, may the force be with you.
Lorenzo, what's going on, brother?
That much, Obi.
Yeah, man. I say the same thing with that. I believe that that's a misinterpretation or translation of. I mean, I know, those people are scholars supposedly, and they've studied. They dedicated their research and study, but I feel like however the text was written originally, like what you were saying, like I believe that the text was written because that's what the writer meant for it to be. So when they said Elohim vice Eloha in the text, then that meant multiple plural. I mean, we weren't around back then to say, oh yeah, they meant one, one person, because I felt like they would have wrote it as that, as the singular form of the word. Therefore, and also going to what you were saying, as far as, you know, these people came out of the Canaan. So, and as we know, Canaan has the pantheon. So it makes sense for them to write it. And then kind of like what we were saying the other day, like you can see that there's a difference. Like it's not in the Genesis how they use one. They refer like, oh, let's create an our image. And I think it even says there's one of the scriptures that says in the very beginning it was saying like how there was already people there, and meaning like there was I think they refer to them as lords or something like that in Genesis.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so they meant the Elo. In my opinion, I'm not a scholar, but I don't have to be a scholar to use my own, objective opinion that um, when they used Elohim, that they were referring to like a pantheon.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, and that's what like Sean Nichols, he was asking the question. I think, based on what I can understand, and even based on reading what scholars have written, I still I think those scholars are wrong when they say that it is meant to be singular. Uh, it's plural. The word is a pluralized word, and if they wanted to be specific, like you said, they had the opportunity to do so without any problems. And who are we to say what they meant when they were the ones who wrote
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? That I mean, I don't even know why that. I felt like that's a way to like manipulate the followers, like to say, oh no, 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 it wasn't. We never believed. They never believed in multiple gods. They only, it was only one true God always. And and that, to me, I feel like that's like disingenuous. So even if you're a scholar or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not, to me, it doesn't make sense, like how that is written. And even going to like with the topic, because the topic is saying like it's saying that Christians basically paying for, how did you word that?
Oh, the question.
Yeah, the question. Yeah, the topic question. Religion of the oppressors. Yeah, southern suffering to the people. Yeah, like that whole idea, you know, of sacrificing or making offerings to God, whereas we know that when you take yourself out of that religious aspect, that you're making the sacrifice or whatever it is that you're offering is going to go to a human, another person, because the God, what is the God going to do with, even if we're talking about, if you're sacrificing an animal or you're bringing offerings of valuables to
Mhm.
an altar or to a person, whatever it is, um, what is the almighty higher power, whatever you want to refer to, what are they going to do with that? They're not going to do nothing with that. It's valuable to only people on earth.
Yeah, and like tomorrow when we talk about the flood story, in all the other flood stories, in all the flood stories, there is a sacrifice that is made. The biblical story is the only one that doesn't talk about how the gods came swarming like flies, or Enlil was not allowed to come to the sacrifice because he had killed everybody. Uh, because what they had picked up and carried forward from the Babylonians and the Sumerians and Akkadians and Assyrians is the idea that gods come and eat the offerings, but yet they will talk about how the Levites are the only ones to consume the offering after it's been done. And so that's one way that God eats, through the Levites. The other way is through the ashes of the animal, because they have to burn it down to the ashes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just something they picked up from somebody else, that God eats sacrifices.
Yeah,
And
that's
even in Ifa, when you perform your Odu, which is the sacrifice,
mm-hmm.
um, you set it outside, and the way that, and this is just from what I had learned, the way that the sacrifice is accepted is if in the morning it's gone. Well, yeah, fucking dog or cat, rat, something come and eat that shit, and it's gone. You put some nicely made chickens that you sacrificed, or a goat that you sacrificed out on your back porch or your front porch. Yeah, some animal gonna come eat it. And then they say, that's God. God, the Orisha came and ate it. And I was looking at them like, man, you know that dog climbed over that fence or under that fence, ate that shit.
So the Orisha came through the dog.
Yeah, he gave you the dog and ate it.
Oh my goodness, man. I remember reading what book was that? I think that's the laws are in Deuteronomy, right?
Well, I mean, most of them, you got laws that
Yeah.
are in Leviticus and Numbers. You got laws in other parts of the Bible as well. But yeah,
Okay. I can't.
Deuteronomy is called the Deuteronomy means second law. So Deuteronomy is a law book.
Okay. Okay. Because I remember whatever when I was reading, and I remember how they wrote it, like saying like the the piece when they were writing the law for the Israelites, like how they were supposed to bring their I guess it was a weekly offerings, and it's supposed to be like certain good parts cuts
Mhm.
of the meat and everything, and like you said, it those go into the Levitical priest. I, I mean, what does that have? I mean, when you talk about reality, what is who's gonna have that? Those priests, and in those times, aren't the priests like the elite people of the community?
Mhm.
So it's basically that it's like you're paying a tax to the rulers basically, and they're gonna enjoy your they're gonna enjoy your whatever you earned, and they're calling it a sacrifice, but they are offering, but they're basically just taxing you, and in the name of God. Same thing with that whole tithing stuff. You know what I mean? I just never could get under the whole thing that um God, whatever, if they're the God of the Bible would need, or let's say if you really, really, truly believe that there's a God of the universe, what would they need with all these? They have no use for currency. They have no use for to sacrificing of the creations because that God would have created the animals that you're sacrificing to. It wouldn't make no point.
Mm-mm. It wouldn't. But I'm sorry, I got lost a little bit. I just lost my train of thought. Fuck. And I don't want you to have to repeat yourself. What was the main emphasis?
No, the main emphasis is just that the God, if a God does not need, on my opinion, they don't need earthly valuables and stuff like that as offering. And I just felt like the people who created these laws, rules, did it for their own benefit because they're the ones, like I said, those Israelites have to bring, the book says that they have to bring certain parts, the good parts of the cuts of the
Yeah,
meat, and
yeah.
for the
Oh,
Levitic.
and part of that is okay. And here's the nepotism part of it. Part of that to me is also the nepotism between Moses and Aaron, because Aaron was decided to be the father of the Levites, and as part of that nepotism towards his brother, he made the Levites where they didn't have to work. Now they didn't get any land, but they didn't have to work, and that the people would provide all these sacrifices and animals and all this grain and libation sacrifices to this God, so that the Levites would have food and drink, and also money, right? So all those things. Anytime it says that this portion is for this God, it goes to the Levites, which
Hmm.
is just nepotism,
Yep.
you know. Trying to get it's just Moses saying, "Hey, look here, brother. I know I didn't grow up with you. I grew up in the palace and everything, but I'm gonna hook you up.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that you good to go. You ain't gotta do shit, but sit up here and wear these robes with all these jewels in it and all this stuff, and we're gonna take care of you." So like when the man had taken some of the gold and silver, or just silver, I forgot what he took, gold or silver or both. from Jericho, they was like, hell no, we're gonna fuck you up because that's supposed to go to the Levites. It ain't supposed to be going to you because it's going because it says that it was Yahweh. Yahweh was the only one who's supposed to get the gold and silver.
Mm-hmm.
But we know that that goes to the Levites because
Yep.
anything that belongs to this God goes to the Levites. So that's just some nepotism shit that started with Moses and Aaron.
Because to be a Levitical priest, you have to. It's lineage, right? It's not you just get appointed, right? Like how nowadays you can be appointed as a priest or a preacher or a pastor. It was only like lineage, right? There was a group that
Mhm.
was that it was a lineage for Levites.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to go through the line of Aaron.
See,
Yeah, it's all through the line of Aaron that you get that you are uh, you're determined that you're determined a Levite. Yeah, you couldn't just pop up and be like, I'm a Levite, or you go to school and I'm a Levite, or the spirit that came upon me.
yeah, there was no what do they call that, seminary
Yeah,
school
it
or
was.
nothing like
Yeah,
that.
your seminary was your apprenticeship as a Levite child.
Mm.
Yeah, that's all that is.
And you see that preacher that you was referencing, the one that about $1,000 with the lady. Uh,
Mhm.
you see, to me, I feel like that's what preachers and pastors, not all, but from my experience, what I guess observe is that I feel like they are kind of they're continuing that same. That's I'm not saying those priests back in the day were telling people exactly like the way that pastor was talking, but I feel like it's in the same vein because that way that pastor was saying it, he was using like he had an authority from God to tell that woman that, hey, this ain't enough. Like you need to you need to bring what I said to bring because he's using his authority as he's speaking for God. And I don't see why people follow that. Like you know what I'm saying? I don't understand. I don't understand it sometimes. Like because the lady looked like she was in good faith. Like it looked embarrassing actually.
Yeah, yeah, and that's how a lot of these pastors have kind of utilized that thought process of having the authority to be able to embarrass the shit out of people like that, and they'll call it correction. But it wasn't even a correction because she followed exactly what that man said. She just didn't have $2,000, but she followed him. But he got up there and embarrassed the shit out of that woman because they think they have that kind of authority over these people, and they have it because these people give it away to them. They give this authority away to these people, right? Because of what this Bible, this religion is teaching them that's what they're supposed to do. It tells you not to speak ill of past, don't speak ill on them, don't say nothing bad about them, don't question them. And they don't because they have used this religion to oppress them and oppress their mind to be ignorant as fuck like that. Right.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, it's like it's like a manipulation, you know what I mean? It's sad too cuz you see a lot of people that some people I feel like they do have good spirit and they're just trying to figure out how to navigate through it, and religion is one thing that a lot of people lean on, and but they get a lot of people, they just getting manipulated by these leaders in the religion, and it's bad. I had a question. I want to ask you something, Lorenzo, though, about about one time we were kind of talking how I said about energy, because I don't think. Sometimes people ask me like if I'm an atheist or whatever. I don't know if I'm like full on an atheist. Like I don't believe in like religious books and stuff, but I do kind of have I guess I have had my own personal experiences just in life, and as far as like with energy, right? Because even scientifically, people it's said that energy transfers.
Yeah.
So when we say energy transfers, um, what's your thoughts? Like, do you believe in like consciousness as far as like what people would call like, I guess on a spirituality sense? Do you believe like there's a correlation between consciousness and energy that you know that supposedly transfers even when you die and stuff like that, like because there's different forms of energy that leaves the body in different forms?
Well, you asked multiple questions in that. So how do I want to phrase? So I know that I have a consciousness. It's not a belief as far as do I have a consciousness. We all have a consciousness. Do we fully understand the consciousness, where it emanates from, where it's located? Uh, because because we do know that you have what do you call them? Similar to brain cells. You have similar to brain cells in your heart and in your stomach. So I do. So it's unknown of where we think from, where we feel from, where our thoughts and our perspectives and all that shit comes from. But we know it's contained in this meat suit that we live in, right? This poverty suit. So I do know that we have a consciousness. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to speak and reason and talk and imagine and all that stuff, right? So there is a level of consciousness, and we know we exist. So there is consciousness. Everything is energy. So our consciousness would have to be some form of energy as well. What type of energy it is, I don't know. Now the question then, does it transmute or does it transfer?
Good question, huh?
So, because the difference between transmuting and transferring is transmuting is going from one form of energy to another form of energy. So if there is no afterlife, then yes, it transmutes into some other form of energy. It disperses. It does not maintain its cohesion. It becomes just part of just as your body becomes part of the ground or whatever's around it, so will the energy of your consciousness. It'll just transmute into some other energetic form, but it may not maintain its consciousness. And that's a question that we have no conclusive data about it, and no one can make a conclusive statement about it. Now, if it just so then if it doesn't transfer from this existence to another existence, there are theories about reincarnation, and there's beliefs about reincarnation, and there are beliefs about going to higher planes or lower planes of existence. Because if there's a higher plane, there has to be a lower plane of existence as well. We all just ain't going to the higher plane, right? Because some people's vibration, their mental vibration is too damn low to go to a higher plane.
True.
And that may be the concept of the heavens and hells. The higher plane being heaven, the lower plane being hell. And then they develop into lakes of fire and worshiping this God all the damn time. But there's no conclusive proof of that either. So my best thought is that your consciousness just transmute into other forms of energy, not maintaining its cohesion. So your consciousness dies with the body. The way that we think the body dies, so does your consciousness die, which just it stops functioning in the way that it has always, and now is just becoming part of other energetic forms in the universe. And you don't know who Obi is anymore. Obi has ceased to exist, but your consciousness is existing, but just not to the point where it knows who you are. Does that make any sense to you?
No, yeah. I pick up what you put down on that. I just wanted to get your how you what you thought about that, because a part of me still kind of, and like I said, it's just from my own personal experience. A part of me still kind of feels that um, like ancestors, right? Like their energy is still, is, I don't know. I can't explain it. I can't explain it scientifically or nothing like that. There's no proof or evidence of this. But people have, I guess their own testimony of how, um, maybe, uh, when someone dies like that, if there's a connection, by, I would say by biology, maybe, like, that can be proven. So it's just a theory, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's really so people have these afterlife beliefs because that's what they really they it would be nice. That's what they hope. That's what they have faith for. That's what they, or in my case, that's what I would want to happen.
Mhm.
Uh, do I have the power to ensure that that is what happens? I don't know. I might. Maybe this journey that I'm on of elevating my consciousness to think beyond the aspects of what the super ego of society says puts me in that pathway where my mind will stay connected and become, live, exist as the same person in some other existence. But if my mind, so like, I don't know if you, some years ago, I did a whole thing on samsara. We went through the whole Tibetan Book of the Dead. Well, not the whole Book of the Dead, but we went through the whole samsara portion of the Book of the Dead,
Mhm.
which is an interesting concept to me because based on samsara, you, when you die of this body, your consciousness goes into this void. The first thing you'll see is a light. You either go into the light or you don't. If you don't go into the light, then all these demons and shit will be conjured up and you will be either frightened of them and stay frightened of them for however long. And then you are left with two choices at that point. Either go into the light that takes you to a higher consciousness, by realizing that you are the one who created these manifestations of demons and devils and whatever, or you will be attracted to these other portals of light, and those other portals of light reincarnate you back into this plane of existence. But as you go through that process, you forget like 99% of who you were in the previous life. So the Tibetan, that's how the Tibetan samsara of reincarnation happens. And you'll keep going through this cycle until you either go to the right light, to the higher plane the first time, go to the higher plane. Well, the first time you, the moment you die, you go to the higher plane, or you go to it after you figure it out. Because even when you figure out that these are demons or you running from the demons, you will still have the option at all times to go to the higher light, right? But you may be, but if you're still in fear of the demons, you may be attracted to one of these other lights, which is just bringing you back to earth.
Mm.
So it's a that that process kind of, even though I don't accept that's what's going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
it's a description to me of fear, of the fear of people or the higher vibrational thought of people, and what's the and how this could possibly play out. That'd be nice. Your ass is just gonna cease to exist.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I feel you. I guess that's just a part. You know what? Honestly, if I wouldn't have learned about, I grew up in Christianity. I was Catholic, and I also went to other denominations as well growing up. Uh, I guess if you just never learned any of this stuff, any of these, you wouldn't even have a thought about afterlife and stuff like that. You would just be surviving, and then you'd see how life progresses around you, and you observe the patterns of to figure out seasons and months and stuff like the ancient people did. And then you'd see people age around you, so you know when your time is coming. And then you wouldn't be worried about afterlife. But since, through evolution, and I don't know how the mind and civilizations just evolved, they came up with these theories of afterlife. And I guess it's still kind of stuff like, I'm not talking about like reincarnating in the same body type stuff. I think about the energy portion sometimes. I know how it works. Well, I've read how it works scientifically and stuff, and like how, gases just go into the atmosphere and whatever, people bury the body, so those go to the earth, whatever the whatever gets eaten and stuff like that. I understand that, and I just take that as, when people say the circle of life, I take that as the cycle of life.
Yeah. I mean, you're breathing in dead people every time you take a breath. I had to say it. So I had to say that. But you are. Scientifically, every breath you take is breathing in dead people, because some aspect of them is in the air, of their body is in the air, right? So every breath contains dead people.
You're not lying, bro. You're not lying. It might sound other way, but you're not lying.
And it's not the liquor, because I don't get drunk. I can't get drunk. But it's I don't know. I just, the thought of that just sounds so gross. But yeah, scientifically, we have no freaking idea. And then people like to claim this: I died and I saw the light and I came back, or I died and I saw Jesus, or I saw the devil, or whatever. All these different things. Ain't nobody died and came back. We don't fully know when a person died, right? I mean, we can say that when a person's brain ceases to function or their heart ceases to function, but mainly we say when their brain ceases to function, then that person is dead. Although we have kept bodies alive while the brain has stopped functioning. We call it brain dead, but the body is still alive, right? So we don't really understand the different levels of death yet. This is why the Hebrew people, the Israelite people, they would leave the cave, leave it where the body could get up and leave the cave, and wouldn't truly seal it until after the third day, because they didn't understand death fully, but they understood it enough that a person may look dead, seem dead, but they could get up within 3 days, and do some walking around. That's why the Jesus character waited 4 days before he went to see Lazarus, to make sure that, based on their customs, this is why I say Jesus practiced. This is another instance of Jesus practicing the Hebrew religion, the Israelite religion. You got to wait 4 days because you might get up. But we still, with all our scientific advances, don't know what happens after that. And then if you just was born somewhere it would really depend on what level of scientific information you have that would determine whether or not you believe in some God or not. If you was, I don't know, you might not, you ain't old enough, but if you was born in Blue Lagoon, some of my older people understand the
Blue Lagoon
reference to Blue Lagoon. So in this movie called Blue Lagoon, back in the day, this is when the Shields woman became popular. I forgot her first name. But in the Blue Lagoon movie, there was a plane crash or a boat wreck. Somehow these two kids got stranded on an island, brother and sister. And they was on this island all by themselves, and they survived on this island all by themselves. And then by the time they're rescued, they're like young adults, or like 18, 17, 18, 19, 20, somewhere around there. And they done had a baby and everything, right? So concepts of God would be determined based on the level of scientific information that is around you. So if you use Blue Lagoon, you might come up with a concept of God, because the only thing you know is the ocean and the mountain and the wind and the growth of trees and animals and shit like that. But if you didn't have if you was born in a country that doesn't have any concept of God, and then they didn't allow you to hear about anybody else's concept of God, but we sending rockets into space and we understand atomic structures and all that, you probably wouldn't come up with a God. Brooke Shields, thank you. You probably wouldn't come up with a concept of God. You probably think that there is no God. You know. Oh, I see some of my old heads on here. I remember that movie.
I, I think I remember the name, but I don't remember like was that like from the 80s?
Yeah, I think that was the 80s. Like I said, you're too young.
I'm not. Hey, I'm not that young, bro. I'm in my 40s.
Oh shit. Well, you still might not remember Blue Lagoon. I'm gonna have to. You know what? That's one of them old movies I hadn't made my kids watch. I have them watch old movies a lot and old music. But yeah, so we wouldn't know. You know, it's relative to the scientific information that's around you as to what you may come up with. Because if you was on a volcanic island, you might think it's a god inside of that damn volcano. And then start attributing shit to that god, which is and that's how religion initially came about. Because man was looking at nature and didn't understand it, and then applied Godhead to it.
Yeah, yeah. Because I figured that initially that whole concept of God was meant to be a good thing by the ancient, by the ancestors, but it just got hijacked and became like a control mechanism.
That shit's been a control mechanism from day one.
Well, I'm talking about the consciousness aspect of it, like not like the crazy, like, oh, there's a chosen people and all that type of stuff. I'm just meaning like how in Egypt, how they were saying like they had the laws of Ma'at and just basically let your good outweigh your bad. That type, and then you're you're that kind of thing, not the whole like the extracurricular stuff.
The
You
law
don't think so?
didn't come first.
You said what?
The confessions of Mayat or the laws of Mayat, they didn't come first. First, you had the Abdode, which had good and evil in it, masculine and feminine in it. And you had the darkness, which was called, so the Abdode didn't really have evil in it, so let me not say that, but it had masculine and feminine in it and represented like 16 aspects of life. And then you had, outside of that, you had Apophis, who was the darkness, basically represented in a big dragon serpent looking thing. Then the Ogdode, in order to come into the material world, materialized from the cosmic egg as Ra. And of course they got variations of this story based on the time frames that the story is being told. But Ra then has Jeb and Nut, which is the waters, and then they separate. Then he has Shu, who is the wind, and separates the waters. But the Egyptian priests initially and kingship initially utilized these thought processes to control the people by telling them that they got to give worship to these gods if they want the Nile River to continue to overflow within season, for the rains to come in season, for all these for the plants to grow and all that. So it has always been something of the leadership. And I'm sure that if we can figure out what the people at Göbekli Tepe was believing in Taran Tepe, it's going to be the same shit. They saw somebody who was charismatic or a strong leader decided that we had a great harvest or we had a good hunt because the God or goddess supported our hunt. And he or she supported our hunt because we gave the first blood of our last hunt to that God, or the sacrifice to that God.
Oh, okay. All right. That type of, the sacrifice, okay, all that stuff, that I'm not, okay. I guess I didn't do, I thought I had an understanding that it was more so just to explain our relationship as humans with the.
It's more likely that some hunter gatherer You know how like sports guys, they, you know how we have our little superstitions.
Yes.
All right. Have you ever had one?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Do you remember how you developed that superstition?
Just by experience and linking it to the event that happened, like just making that link, that making that correlation that, oh, I I did this or I wore this and this happened,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's that's and that was, but that was taught. You know what I'm saying? You remember Apollo? Remember how they used to rub the log before going on stage? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
all that kind of superstition stuff was taught.
Yeah.
So that's how I came up with that.
But the first person had to come up with it. The first person did something. Like I wasn't taught a superstition in baseball, right? Um, so my first at bat playing baseball, and I never played t-ball. I started with regular baseball. My first at bat with baseball, I hit a home run. And
Hmm.
when I first came up there, you know, I tapped my cleats, I tapped the left cleat, I tapped the right cleat with the bat, tapped the plate, wound it up 2 times, and then roll with it. Hi, I hit a home run.
Yeah.
Oh shit! The next time at bat, tap the left cleat, tap the right cleat, tap the plate, roll with it. Well, wind it up 2 times, roll with it.
Uh-huh.
I went to bat every time like that, even when my eyesight went bad and I knew I was gonna bunt. I still did the same damn thing. Some hunter, before he went hunting, he tied a rope around his arm.
Hmm.
He been going out, you know, he ain't been doing much, but he tied this rope around his arm one time. He found an eagle feather and put it on his spear, and he went out there and hunted, and bam, he got the big game on one shot. So the eagle god, the god of air, because the spear flies through the air, so the god of air guided him. There must be a god that guided my spear and killed that nice bison. And all of a sudden, now there's a god.
Hey, you put that well together. That's perfect.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
making it up as I went. But
I can see that. Hey, no, hey, that I can see that. That could be, if you're talking about from the origin,
mm-hmm,
I can see where that concept can come. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. And
Instead of just believing that they just made a good kill on their own.
yeah, because they wouldn't have they may not have, they didn't understand aerodynamics, they didn't understand like force and trajectory and all that kind of stuff. So to them, you were a great hunter because you have been blessed by Aphrodite, you know, not because of anything else. And then when they tell these stories, you ever notice, and I've been meaning to do a video about this. You ever notice how everybody in every story, no matter what religion it is, the main person of the story or anybody in the story, their name always means what they do or what they did, right?
I said the same thing. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Now, I named my children, and their names do have meanings.
Hmm.
Shit ain't got nothing to do with the type of person that they are or the person they became or are
It,
becoming.
it didn't work. It didn't work out like that with you.
Hell no, it doesn't work out like that. I
Because
don't even know what it means
that's
anymore.
that's a big thing in like in Igbo culture as well. Like the names have those meanings as well, and it's supposed to. It's basically like you're putting that on the child.
Yeah,
Um, I mean, it's just cultural tradition, obviously, because you can name somebody anything, they become a killer. So you can name them God's son, and they just become a murderer. So, but it's supposed to be like you're putting that on them, whatever you name them as.
Oh, hell, hold on now.
What's up?
My name means crowned with laurels, symbolizing victory, honor and achievement due to the ancient Roman use of laurel wreaths. Shit, I don't know that. My daddy named me right.
What's that? What's the origin of the etymology?
It's Latin. It comes
Latin?
from Latin and comes from the word Laurentium.
Mm,
Yeah, Laurentium, laurels,
mm.
crowned with laurels, victory, honor, and achievement.
Hey,
Dude,
that's what you should tell people. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a king. See the
You know
crown?
what
The king.
the crowd king. Hey, that's what you should tell people. You know what I'm saying? Let people know.
Yeah, I gotta let people know I'm the king. Shit.
Uh-huh.
Probably crowning me with laurels for my achievements, because I'm the king, god dang it.
Yeah, because they that with that, when people say that they when people say that that whatever this superstition, like I always wonder with athletes in sports, right? They'll win a championship and they'll say, they for people pray and they say they won because of their faith won. So you lost because of your religious faith and the other team lost. I mean that has nothing to do. It's you did it. Just like you said, those people made that hunt, they did it. And sometimes that stuff doesn't really make sense.
It don't ever make sense. It's all a bunch of bullshit that you've been conditioned to believe. And that's it. A bunch of bullshit you've been conditioned to believe.
Hmm.
And these names are the names and the stories are always created way after the events, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to demonstrate that, name a child something and then see if that child becomes what you have named that child.
Yeah.
And that would be a rarity. The probability of that is so freaking low. And then some of it don't even make sense. Like my oldest daughter name is Sydney, and that just means wide meadow or wide island or some shit like that.
Hmm.
All right, yeah, um, yeah, wide island or wide meadow. So what in the three levels of hell does that have to do with my child?
There's
Oh, and
plenty
you
of
know,
people.
people make up and say, oh, a wide meadow, that means she's gonna be beautiful and she's gonna have a big open heart and she's gonna bring life. You know, they'll create some bullshit out of it. But
Hmm.
really, and now the names that are when a name does turn into something, it is because in that language, a person with that name did something. So then their name becomes more of a verb, it describes or a noun or a verb where it describes either a thing or it describes an action.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like you should remember this. And I know it's a different example,
Hmm.
but you know how back when DVRs were popular,
Yeah.
did we say you DVR'd that? No. We didn't even say did you live record it? No. We would say did you TiVo it?
Yeah. Yeah. I do remember
TiVo was
T-Bone.
the
Yeah.
TiVo was the name of the first company to come out with
Yes.
digital live recordings.
Yeah.
It didn't. They never made any money because they had some sorry ass marketing. But the name became so popular that it became a verb.
Hmm.
You know, and so to TiVo something means to do this, to digital live recording on your RCA or your Sony, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But it becomes so some made up names can then become a verb or a noun based on what happened with it. But that has to happen beforehand. all the Bible names are secondary. They come after.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. Cause that whole Jacob, I forgot what Esau mean, but the Jacob wasn't that, or Yakub, whatever it was, that was supposed to be, it basically told, it said what he kind of did, right? Like grabbing the heel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the parents ain't gonna know that. You know what I'm saying? It just fell in line. Like even with Jesus, you know what I'm saying? With the Yehoshua, like what God saves. So, but then it's not it's not it's ironically he's supposed to represent salvation, or salvation you go through him. It's like it's what you're saying. All this stuff is after the fact. That's not
Mm-hmm.
how, you know, my names have meanings as well. And I, you know, sometimes I like to, you know, have I like to attribute with it, but it's just words, really. You know what I'm saying?
Now you can convince somebody. Like if your parents had your name Obi has a meaning. If
Hmm.
your parents keep on telling you, which is something that I do with my kids, but
Hmm.
if your parents keep telling you that your name is Obi and Obi, what does Obi mean?
So Obi has different meanings. It can mean it's heart. It's also the center of, it's like, how can I say it it'd be like a king. It's kind of like the same kind of king aspect. It's a title. It's a title. It also has a meaning of like heart. And in Igbo land, it's like the central, in a community, it would be like the center of the community would be the Obi. But I like to use it as the
Oh,
king reference. The
I always
king
said,
reference.
oh, so I always thought that was Oba, but Obi Oba, I can see how I could have been making that mistake.
Oba might be a that might be a Yoruba, maybe. I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
possible.
Hmm.
So Obi, where your family, where's your name come from?
Yeah, that's Igbo. So that's like the eastern
Right.
Nigeria.
All right. So if your parents were to have started you from birth and just grinding that in you, and then anytime you're not acting like one, say your name is Obi and you're supposed to be this, then over time you can develop a personality that links up with that or synchronizes with it because you were conditioned or indoctrinated into believing that that's who you are, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's just like with my kids, when they anytime they showed doubt, um, anytime that they achieve something,
Hmm.
I've always told them, "You damn right, because you a read. You supposed to be number one because you a read. You supposed to be critically thinking because you're a read. And anytime they do something that I'm looking at them like, what the hell? I'm like, I'm disappointed in you. You are a read, and this is not what we do.
Hmm.
So my kids have a sense of because of their name, their last name, and even though now they're older and over the years I've been explaining to them more of like it ain't just about the damn name. It's
Hmm.
family lineage that you come from.
Yeah.
This is how we do shit in this family. This is
Hmm.
and you're gonna be better than the shit anything in the past,
Hmm.
any person in the past. So, you know, they've been indoctrinated into that mindset.
Hmm.
Right. So my my little rat children, because they also know they're rat kids too. So they take it, they know it's a joke. But these little jokers, they also shit, I lost my train of thought. But they know who they're supposed to be, but they also understand that, oh, so that's why for them, you can't tell them something that they can't do or they can't achieve, right? Because I ingrained that in them from day one. And
Hmm.
throughout there, and I still do it to this day, you know.
Hmm.
Um, like when my oldest started going into IT and she had a little bit of doubt, oh, I ran her through the "You Are a Reed" gauntlet like a big dog, and now
Hmm.
she's in IT.
Hmm.
And when she was a little bit fearful of going to Kuwait, about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, we don't do that. We don't act in fear. We don't
Mm-hmm.
let fear stop us from going somewhere just because some damn news report. We go, we do. We smart about how we do it and we achieve it and we enjoy ourselves. We play hard, we work hard, we get it, but we get it done and we live life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I bring, even though there are members of my family who don't act that way, I'll remind them about the people who do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so it can be taught to you, but none of these Bible motherfuckers will taught any of that shit. These are fairy tales that I'm gonna make up a story. So if I'm gonna make up a story about a king who achieves laurels, he's gonna be King Lorenzo. That's how I'm gonna do it. And you do know, like, people in high power do name their children based on shit like that. Like Cosimo Medici named his oldest son Lorenzo Medici because he knew that just by their culture, Lorenzo was going to become the patron of the family. So he gave him a name that is suitable for the patron of the family. It don't always work out well.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, fortunately for Cosimo Medici, it worked out that his son did become the leader and was a very powerful leader.
Mm-hmm.
But there are plenty of other mugs who named their children powerful names and they sucked. They do. I tell my son that all the time. I said, boy, I gave you a man's name.
Uh-huh.
You have one of them names that history remembers because you did shit.
Mm-hmm.
You better live up to it too. Don't be one of them sorry sacks that don't live up to the name.
Yeah.
Because his name is Lincoln Alexander Reed. I was like, that's a man's name.
Uh-huh.
Your name ain't fucking Grady. I ain't
Mm-hmm.
named Grady. Grady is the old man who's on the, got some wisdom, but he got that street wisdom, wearing them shorts with the black socks and some sandals. That's Grady.
Yeah.
Your name is Lincoln.
Uh-huh.
Lincoln Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
You important.
Yeah, I believe in, like, just, I guess it's just cultural tradition thing, but I do like the whole naming, giving names to people, and that have some type of meaning, and something that's good, so that um it it's something that it comes from the parent, and it's kind of bestowed upon them, and they can strive to achieve, whatever it is, you know what I mean, that name that they're given.
Yeah.
That kind of works like with this whole, what is that called? Zodiac. Like, I'm a Leo, right? So I was told that from a young age. And so I always thought it was cool that, it represented, like, it had a lion, and then whatever the uh, traits that they said, were with it. I don't know if it just worked out like that, but a lot of those traits do fit my personality, as far as, like, the whole leadership and stuff like that.
Yeah. If
You know,
you grew up hearing about it, like most people do, grow up hearing about, oh, you a Leo, you the lion, you the king, you courageous. Yeah, you indoctrinate yourself into it.
hmm
Just like I grew up, oh, you a Libra. So I indoctrinated myself into being a Libra, right? Um, but I gotta tell you, there are certain aspects that I indoctrinated myself into being a Libra that I don't really care for.
mm.
So I literally had to deconstruct from the astrology shit too, because I was all into it, and I was into it up until I was into the astrology stuff up until about 2017, 2018.
Oh, recent.
Oh yeah, star charts and everything. Yeah, I
Oh,
probably got my star chart somewhere on this laptop.
oh, okay.
And so if it's on this laptop, then hell, I've been indoctrinated. I didn't start ignoring that shit until about 2019 or 2020. If it's on this computer, because this computer is about 5 years old, which is I need a new one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my star chart is somewhere on this damn computer. And when you look at it, it's like, damn, a lot of that shit's right. But I look at some of them like, nah, that shit wrong right now.
Yeah.
Because my ass will waste some money. I would go and waste some money in a heartbeat.
Yeah, see that whole all of that stuff. I mean, it's interesting. Like it to me, I don't know. It just sparks my interest. Like, how did these concepts come about? But at the end of the day, I always tell myself, hey, it came from the mind of a man. Somebody had a I don't want to say imagination, but they just tried to put stuff together and make sense of things. And I don't believe it was a divine whatever. It's just from their mind, and I don't know. Maybe some of the stuff kind of does kind of link up with reality in some events, but
We can force it. So when we don't know about what shit is really happening, we force, and this is why most religions have some level of astrotheology as part of it, because they didn't know, and so they thought, oh, well, there's a comet. Well, fuck, the Halley comet comes through what, every 75 years? So people before it was tracked, and people knew that this is just a cyclic thing. They thought, oh, there's a comet in the sky, so something amazing is going to happen, or something destructive is going to happen, or some leader is going to be born under this comet. And then they say, oh, well, the sun is in Leo, so that means that anybody born this time frame going to have this. But when you start to know, then you can exploit. Christopher Columbus exploited the people in Jamaica by saying that his God had all these powers because he's gonna darken them. He's gonna darken the sun. It was the sun or the moon. It was a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse. It was one of them. But he's gonna darken one of them. And he told them indigenous people in Jamaica that bullshit. And then when the eclipse happened, they was like, oh shit, he must be right. So we need to go find the gold for this man. We need to do whatever the hell he say because he got power. Him through his God got power to darken the moon or darken the sun. I forgot which one it was. So when you know how these cycles work, you can manipulate the shit out of people. The Aztecs are great at that. Over generations of observation, they had a pretty good idea of the cyclic nature of the universe. And they utilized that to manipulate the hell out of the Aztec people. And people now, and even when you learn, you still stay stuck in it. Because so many people are running around talking about, oh, Lucifer. It's a fucking planet. It's the planet Venus. We all know it's the planet Venus. It ain't got nothing. And he was talking to the king of Tyre. It ain't got shit to do with some malevolent being. It's talking about a planet.
Yeah.
But we run around stuck on stupid. These people run around stuck on stupid with Lucifer is the devil. No, it's not. And you can read the Bible and see that the serpent was created in the Garden of Eden. So the serpent is not Satan or the devil. And you can see the Satan was up there with God having a conversation and took a bet. Ain't got shit to do with the devil. But still, they run around. Talking about you Luciferian. Had a dude on here last week talking about he practiced Luciferianism. I'm like, Lucifer is Venus. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I remember that call.
I was being respectful, but I wanted to say, what the fuck are you talking about?
He didn't know. He didn't even know. I mean, I'm not trying to say nothing about him because, hey, whatever, but if you don't even, that's what I had to do. You got to figure out the origin. If you're gonna be worshiping something, at least know the origin of what you worshiping. Like know what it is. You know.
Exactly. So anytime the Bible says the morning star, thank you, Kevin, because the morning star is the other part of it. It's talking about Venus. It ain't talking about this no damn devils and all that shit. All that. It's a bunch of bullshit that they keep believing. But dude, let me let this one other person come up here before I get the hell off here.
Right on, bro. Hey, good talking, Lorenzo.
Good talking to you, Obi. May the
All right,
fourth.
for sure, brother. Right on, bro.
These are not the droids. This is not a espresso bourbon.
Oh, what you got in there? What you sipping right there?
So if you come to the event, this is Devil's River Distillery's espresso bourbon whiskey.
Espresso bourbon whiskey. Dang, okay. Oh, snap. Well, hey, is that like some 18 or something or some
18, what that mean?
well, you know the age of the age.
Oh, hell no. I don't know. I don't know. I can't say I doubt it. I don't know. I know it's
But
good. I know it
it's
goes
good
great. It goes great with a
with a garlic.
Maduro, any dark cigar, a Maduro cigar or a Scuro.
Uh-huh.
I know it goes great with a Scuro or Maduro leaf cigar. I can tell you that.
I might have to step my cigar game up, man. Maybe I know you said you go come out to the West Coast, man. You go about to probably put me up on the cigars. I'm not really too hip on all that.
I got you. Because you in San Diego, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely probably coming out there sometime next year in the spring or probably in the spring.
Okay, right on.
Mhm. And then you can't have this.
What's that? What was that Cuban or something?
Well, no, you don't smoke cigars, right?
Nah, I have before, but I'm not. Nah, like what? I maybe like a few times.
If you
So
start, if
I
you
ain't no
start,
connoisseur.
if you start with a dark skinned cigar, you're gonna be high as fuck or you're gonna be sick as hell. One of
Oh,
the
damn.
make sure you eat. But I got you. I'll school you up right.
All right.
You start with some light shit though.
Yeah, there you go.
Connecticut or Ecuadorian or something like that.
There you go.
You can't be dealing with these Nicaraguan stuff. Yeah, that ain't your bag yet. All right, let me let this one other person come up if they still there, and then I gotta get the hell.
All right, right on, bro.
I appreciate you, Obi.
All right, for sure, Lorenzo.
We got King Obi on here. King Obi. I don't know if this person's still waiting. I don't think they are. Let me give it a second to see. Oh, I can't wait to move in December. All these fucking dogs over here, some fire truck or some siren is going on, and it's like they start howling that is so irritating. Oh, Deborah, we wish you could come too. We wish you could come too. October 31st through November 2nd, we're meeting here in San Antonio. We're gonna have our meetup. We're gonna have a good time. You know, it's a decent number of people that's gonna be here. It's like people traveling in is like 8 or 9 people, and then of course there's some local people. Oh yeah, your daughter has chemo. Definitely gotta be there for your daughter. Mm-hmm. Me too, Brian. Since Brian is a dude name, I'll be mean to you. Hell no, bring your ass home. Want to hear that bullshit? Ah. Lucifer was cast out with a third of them. Where's that in your Bible? Where is that in the Old Testament? It has to be in the Old Testament for it to be true, because the New Testament, if they just quoting some shit, they just talking about some shit. In Revelations, when it talked about a third of the stars falling, and they were using that as a symbol symbolizing the angels, which is not what it's symbolizing. That's something that happens in Revelation. So where is that in your New Testament? I mean your Old Testament. Where's that in the New Testament? Where's that in the Old Testament? Yeah, I kept saying Old Testament. New Testament. Written by a man possessed by the Holy Spirit. You sure about that? You sure about that? Or was it written by a man that at the time frame that he wrote it, he knew about the books of Enoch, and based on the book of Enoch, I know you said 1 second, but if you're going to believe something as major as that, you should know what that's at all times, right? So while you're looking, James War 9, the whole idea of a war in heaven comes from the books of Enoch. He said Isaiah 14:12. Let's go take a peek. Because if you can prove me wrong, I'll take it. I'll say I'm wrong. You said 14. He said Isaiah 14. So if I just read Isaiah 14:12, oh how you are fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the dawn, how you are cut down to the ground, you who laid the nations low. Now is it above it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Huh. But if we start with verse 3 to see what this whole lament is talking about, when the Lord, the Tetragrammaton Yahweh, when Yahweh has given you rest from your pain and turmoil, and he had and the hard service with which you were made to serve, you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. How the oppressed have ceased, how the insolent have ceased. The Lord has broken the staff of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers, that struck down the people in wrath, with increasing blows that ruled the nations in anger, with unrelenting persecution. The whole earth is at rest and quiet. They break forth into singing. The cypresses exalt over you, the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since you were laid low, no one comes to cut us down. Sheol beneath is stirred up to meet you. When you come, it rouses the shades and to greet you. All who are leaders of the earth, it rises from their thrones. All who were kings of the nations, all of them will speak and say to you, you too have become weak as we. You have become like us. Your pomp has brought down to Sheol, and the sounds of your harps, maggots, are the bed breath beneath you. The worms are your covering. Oh, how you have fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the dawn. This is talking about who? You will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. This has nothing to do with a war in heaven. This is all to do with the king of Babylon in Isaiah 14. So no, sir. No, sir, no, sir. The New Revised Version, because the King James Version is horrible, but even if it said Lucifer, Lucifer is not a name. Lucifer just means the morning star, the shining one, right? But the whole thing is in reference to the king of Babylon. It is not talking about a war in heaven and a falling angel. It is all the king of Babylon. But of course, it doesn't matter where your Bible says you will make this taunt to the king of Babylon, and then it's the whole taunt. You got to read the whole. If the beginning part of the taunt is to the king of Babylon, then the whole thing is to the king of Babylon. And this is Yahweh telling Isaiah to say this to that king of Babylon. And this is written after the Babylonian captivity, after he has been defeated by Darius. This Darius. After he had been defeated by Darius. So it has nothing to do with a war in heaven. Your entire story of the war in heaven comes from the first book of Enoch. That's it. First book of Enoch. And Enoch wasn't written until around the 2nd century BCE, which means that it was written during the time frame that they were under Greek occupation. And what did the Greeks have in their story? Oh, they had a war in the heavens when Zeus fought against his daddy, freed the other gods, and then they fought the other titans. They also had storylines from the Babylonians when Marduk fought against his mother Tiamat, and the other guys say, if you go and defeat her, then we will make you king. And because he said that if I go do this fight, y'all don't have to make me king. And he went and defeated Tiamat and had this war in the heavens, and he used her body to create the earth. So war in heaven is an old story that then they took and they say, well, who is this Enoch dude? He went up to heaven and we don't know nothing else about it. And then some scribe said, hey, I got an idea. Let's make up a story. And they wrote that damn story. Man, like, do y'all understand your own book? Because I don't think y'all understand your own book. You're understanding what was being preached to you. That's it. Preached to you. And the story of Job was written during the time frame of the Babylonian exile. So while they were under the care of Babylon, under the, persecution, you can call it, of Babylon, is when the story of Job was written. And it's interesting because the story of Job is kind of like this outlier. It really doesn't deal with the history of the Israelites. It doesn't deal with the coming of a Messiah. It's just like this story, right? That's it. That's it. There is no war in heaven in your Bible other than John of Patmos claiming to have had some vision, and y'all have attributed it to a war in heaven that is based off of Enoch. And Enochian literature was very popular during the time frame of the writing of Revelations. It was seen as scripture. 2350 BC. Enoch was not, Job wasn't written in 2350 BCE. There was no such thing as an Israelite in 2350 BCE. 2350 BCE, that land was either controlled by the Egyptians or the Arcadians. It sure as hell wasn't, there was no Israelite. They didn't exist. They were still Canaanites at that time frame. Job was written during Babylon captivity. This man trying to put it in 23 in the 24th millennium. No, doesn't work. Sorry, you can't have it. And if you believe in Job, then you believe the earth is flat. If you think that Job is true, then the earth is flat. Elgato M3 microphone. Okay. I didn't look that up yesterday. I had to watch my Hawks play a terrible game. Well, it wasn't terrible. They just too many new players. They got to get used to each other. Yeah, you have a headphone so they can fit your ear so you can still wear your hat. No, Job talks about then when this God is describing, he talks about how he built the earth on a pillar. It's kind of like a bowl with a dome on top. Let me make sure. Does Job talk about the earth being a sphere? A sphere? No, let's see. Let me ask a non-biased question. All right. Why they don't want to just give me an answer? Why they trying to give me this bullshit? Job especially states that God hanged the earth on nothing different from the cosmology belief of the surrounding culture that describes the earth as resting on a deity or a large animal. Yeah. Then Job has where were you when I laid the earth's foundations? On that word footing setting, and who laid on what were the footing set, and who laid the cornerstone? Sounds that. See, if you lay the foundation, sounds kind of like. Also means the pillars of heaven that tremble and are astounded at his rebuke. Sounds flat earthish or bold earthish to me. Let's see, in Job, God describes the earth taking shape like clay under a seal. Its features stand out like those of a garment. That sounds kind of flat to me again. The book describes shutting in the book. It describes shutting in the sea, the doors, and the setting boundaries for its proud waves, saying, "Thus far you may come. This far you may come, and no further." That sounds like flat earthish with an edge on it, like a bowl. And Job 38 also talking about the wicked out of it, the earth by the edges. You can't have a sphere and have edges. So Job sounds more like a bowl, like the ice wall with a dome on top, with a snow globe. Got that bottom with that dome over it. And it got edges so that the waters can't fall off. The ice wall. So Job sounds more like a dome. You got edges and you got parts that keep the oceans in from falling off. Yeah, that sounds more flattish. And it's like a wax, like clay under a wax seal. And a wax seal, you press down on it so it has those edges around it that bubble up. And you got the seal down below it that you can set your feet on. That's bold. That's. Job does not describe it as a sphere. We're gonna have to differ on that one. He said, "Of course you believe in Job. You believe in a giant fire and smoke breathing snake with eyes that glow in the sun. that is invulnerable to human weapons and strikes fear in the hearts of the divine being. Job says a giant snake is the pinnacle of God's creation. Mm-hmm. He's talking about the king of the children and of his bride. Yeah. Man, y'all scared of the devil. I didn't know that. Did you know that they were scared of the devil? Even Michael, the archangel, didn't blaspheme the devil. You better be careful. Y'all or nah, dude. Y'all scared of the devil? Y'all make believe devil? That's something that amazes me, that Christians, Bible believers, believe in the devil just as much as they believe in their God. Even though their Bible tells them that they are to stand up triumphantly, like militarily, against the devil, and to disdain him, and in such a way that you're fighting the devil. And then if you do that, the devil will flee from you. I forgot, there's a part, I forgot what part of the Bible that talks about that. It's in the New Testament somewhere. But yet, y'all be like, ooh, you better hide from that devil. Don't be blaspheming the devil, because Michael was afraid to blaspheme the devil. Mm-hmm. That's why y'all be blaming stuff on the devil. There's no such thing as exorcism. That's people who got mental problems or somebody acting a role, playing a role. You either got mental problems or you playing a role. Or you just an evil fucker. That's it. Yeah, those are the three. You're an evil fucker, somebody's acting it out, or they got some kind of schizophrenia or something like that. You ever notice that only people who believe in these stories are the ones walking around talking about, oh, I've seen an exorcist. I died and came back. I've seen Jesus. God talked to me. Anyway, it's been 4 hours, so it's been 30 minutes too long. Right? There are 800 qualified. They meet every 2 years. Oh, where Obi at? Because Obi, I need you to do the hand wave over James War 9, because the indoctrination is strong in this one. The Bible God is not the God you seek. This is not the God that you seek. The God you seek is the one inside you. This is not the God you seek, War 9. All right. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for being here. We had good conversations. Didn't hardly ever stay on the subject matter, but tried to keep it in there as much as I possibly can. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about the flood. It's what I'm saying right now. I have a whole nother subject too that I want to talk about this week, but I can't find it. There was another subject matter, but I haven't, I thought I wrote it down, but I can't find it. I don't see where I wrote it down. And I've been trying to remember it for the last 2 days. But I figure we're going to rehash, for those who've been with me for a long time, then you know you've heard most of the flood narratives and the things about the flood and all that kind of stuff. But come tomorrow anyway, just to, reinvigorate the brain. And then of course, it's Friday, so Friday is going to be, tomorrow's Friday. Oh, I got to take trash to the curb. Tomorrow's Friday, so we're going to have the show is shorter on Fridays, as a reminder. My wife get home earlier, and it's basketball season, and my Hawks play again. We got a bounce back game against Orlando. So I appreciate you guys. I even appreciate the Bible believers. Y'all make it fun. I got my cord for my microphone and everything, but it wasn't working. So the microphone for the laptop, so YouTube and Facebook. I got to figure that out. And I'm looking to ordering that other mic for TikTok. So I wrote it down, El Diablo, El Gato, the cat, M3. Why didn't they have a microphone cat? I hate cats. So y'all have a great day. Always remember that you have to free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations. And how do I come on? There you go.